Meri at the Meri Atelier, and today is Thursday, April 13th. Welcome to my desk. Welcome to my desk. I'm getting over here on my tablet so that I can welcome folks in and set it up because it always comes up on the least settings ever. Hi, Rhonda. Good morning, Rhonda. Good morning, good morning. Hi, Arlene. Good morning. It is so good to see you, ladies. Well, this is what I was tatting. Another butterfly. Another butterfly. But this one's different in that I used yarn and a drapery needle, an upholstery needle. And I've got a gray hair in him. He's kind of a yarn that has a halo, you know, the little fluffy halo. But it's a thinner yarn. It's like a 2-ply. And I was in Lisa's, oops, he's got 2 antennae. I was in Lisa's stream Monday. Was it Monday? Yeah, Monday. And they were spinning. She and Beth were spinning. And Lisa showed this small, and she also did a video of it, of a tabletop spinner. And I got really curious about that. And I was asking her if she could spin thread. Now, the deal with spinning thread, especially cotton thread, I guess it's really hard to spin cotton thread. Silk thread is not as hard to spin, but it's very expensive. So I said, well, how about a really fine yarn, and like a sock yarn? And she said, yeah, that was doable. So this, the yarn is out in the other room. I decided to start this about 4:45. I've been up all night, no sleep. And there are some little flaws in it because I was trying to hurry to get it done. But for the most part, he's pretty good. He's got a little bump on his tail end here because I didn't get that all the way pulled through. But yeah, so that's the tatting that I was trying to finish up at. And then I realized it was about 4:20, and I said, oops, I better, but I want to finish. Hi, Joyce. Good morning, Joyce. Hi, Mina. Angie said she came in to say hello. Hello, Angie. Welcome, welcome. Well, I have some things I wanted you, but I want to kind of play a game this morning, but I'm going to wait till folks come in, till we get a few more people in. I still have my wax seals out from, what is this, Tuesday morning? But what I want to do while we're waiting for folks to come in is cut the lid off of this Kleenex box. And I've got this other box here up at the top, but it's almost too big. And I got these, my little pails in there. And I'm going to take these out of this bigger box and put them in the Kleenex box, which I think will fit better. And what's this? This is just a paper. I'll put that one behind me. So while we're waiting for folks to come in, Meri, I have surgery on my hand. You have to have surgery on your hand, Angie? You don't know when. You're waiting for them to call you. Oh, Angie. Well, we'll be thinking of you. You be sure and let us know when that's going to happen. That's not fun to go through, is it? Angie. We'll be keeping you in our thoughts and prayers. Hi, Nashwa. Hi, Angela, Poetic and Angel Art. Angela Bassett, it's good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome. So I have a little game I want to play, but we'll wait till a few more people come in. I want to see how this goes. I've been reading I've got maybe about 50 pages left to read in that book about Ada Lovelace, who is regarded as the first computer programmer. Sort of. And then I can go to the library. I don't know if I'll get to the library this afternoon, but I like to find something to do to keep my Thursdays busy. Usually it's go to town or, oh, and you guys, I have a story to tell you. Yesterday, I have to file my taxes this year. And yesterday, I was looking all over. I have all my W-2, W-9, 1099 forms. See, doesn't that fit much better? Fits much better. And it fits up here better, too. And while I was cleaning yesterday, I was looking for those, trying to get all my ducks in a row for taxes. I was cleaning yesterday. And these are seals that Dee Dee sent me. I want to get them put in my journal. Dee Dee sent these. Oh. Whoops. I have to stand up. Oh, so you can see them better. A number 2. Oops, bumped the. And this, I think, is a moon. A cat in the moon. No, it's just the moon and stars. And I keep bumping the phone with my head. And I think this was supposed to be I'm not sure what it was supposed to be. But these all came from Dee Dee. I think they did. Did these come from Dee Dee? I'll have to. I'm pretty sure they did because I don't do this perfect. Does this look like something I cut off? No. These came from Dee Dee. I do not have gold. So I know these are Dee Dee's. I want to put those in my journal. But anyway, while I was cleaning yesterday, I had, you wouldn't have want to walk into the living room. I had papers and sacks and elements everywhere. Let me fix my camera a little better. I zoom in when I first come in because it zooms. The zoom on this, I have to fix it. While I'm live, because you gotta pinch the screen to get the zoom, and that's not how I want it. You're gonna see my shirt for a minute till I get this fixed. How's that? That's a little better. Let's look at the charge. Charge is okay. Okay. So anyway. Hi, Kimberly. Good morning, Kimberly. Hi, Becky. Good morning, Becky. So I was cleaning. And I was looking for my tax form. Well, I did find it. I found it, and I was cheering. But in the meantime, my phone was on the charger, and I wanted to unplug it, and I pulled the charger out of the socket of the phone, but when I did that, my phone went flying. And I looked and I looked and I looked, and I could not find my phone. I looked everywhere, except for where it was. I mean, I pulled out my recliner, and when I pulled out my recliner, I said, I got a vacuum behind it. And so I vacuumed behind it. I cleaned off the little stand that I have books and everything on next to my recliner. Let me fix the quality. I'm still at 144. And I couldn't find the phone. And I have Do Not Disturb turned on, and I have the sound on vibrate. And I turned off the location, so the Find My Phone thing, I don't like to keep my location on. So it was going to be, I wasn't going to be able to use Find My Phone deal. So anyway, I finally got everything cleaned up. I vacuumed the floors. I just vacuumed and cleaned and got everything. By about 5:30, I had everything all cleaned up. But I don't like to leave it a mess overnight. I got to work in here. That's another story. But I never did find my phone. And I was telling my brother at supper, I said, of course, I had to repeat it 10 times. He didn't understand that I had emptied the trash. And I didn't think anything of it. I just took the trash out and emptied it. And I was sitting there in my recliner, and I thought, what if my phone fell in the trash? And I never thought of it when I emptied the trash. And I told my brother, I said, I've got to go empty the trash, because I'd already taken it out to the, luckily our trash pickup was this morning, so it didn't happen last night. Anyway, and it was supper time, and I was tired, and I said, I'll go empty everything tomorrow. I said, I'm just too tired to do it. And I was in there sitting in the recliner after supper, and he came in and said, I took, because there were only 2 bags, my 2 bags of trash that I had, just tossed things out. And that was all that was in the trash can. And he tipped over the trash can and rescued the 2 bags. And he says, they're in the back porch. And I thanked him profusely. And so after I settled down for a bit, I went out there, and it wasn't in the bag that I thought it would be in. I thought it would be in the bag that had all the chunky stuff in. And because I threw away a lot of stuff I was no longer using. I had some Noxzema. I threw that in there, and I had, just various things that I'm just not using, some tubes of hand cream that was almost gone, that type of stuff. It wasn't in there. And where it was in the bag of papers that I had torn up. I tear up all my junk mail. I don't leave addresses untorn. And there it was at the bottom of the bag. And I'm just going, man, if that would have happened yesterday, I would have trashed my phone. And it was my note phone, the one with the S Pen. Leave it to Meri to set fire to her desk and throw her phone in the trash. The best way to get your house clean is to lose something. That's true. That's true. Except for, well, I was kind of looking for my my tax forms. I haven't filed my taxes yet. I've got tomorrow to get them done tomorrow, and I'll probably mail them on Wednesday, or I might file an extension. I got a few things I need to work through. Ugh. Becky and Scott got their tax all done and the refund back. I'm not getting a refund, but I got a report this year. Yuck. I have coffee this morning, and it's still warm. So anyway, there we go. my phone is, actually I am streaming with it this morning. So I want to put Dee Dee's, she sent me these seals. Actually, she sent them to me last month or the month before. But I want to put them in here. And while I'm in here, I want to pull out a page like this. Let's see, I think I'll put the, and you know, I'm going to try the Fabri-Tac on these. Now, Beth cross hatches them, but these are very dry. I don't think I can cross hatch without breaking them. So I am going to put them right in. Well, actually, I think I'll put them over here because if I put them in there, it's kind of thick. So I'm going to try that Fabri-Tac if I can find it. They say Fabri-Tac works on everything, huh? Arlene says, thankfully, I don't have to file this year. Yeah. Well, you'd think Meri'd learn her lesson, but actually that was an accident because I honestly looked for it. I looked for it everywhere after it happened and I couldn't find it. I looked in it everywhere except for in the trash. I think this is a 2. It's either a 7 or a 2. I think it's a 2. I'll see how this holds these. And I thanked Dee Dee for the happy mail that she sent. She sent some mail that people had wrote in to Dear Abby wanting to know. Well, they were discussing the word tinker. And we ran all through that the other day. I got that in my, I'm not sure how this goes. I think it goes like this. Okay. So I'm just going to close this up this way and leave it. And let me grab a Kleenex here. Wipe this up a little. We'll see how that holds it, the Fabri-Tac holds it. All right. We've got, what, 11 people in here? I guess that's good enough for, my shirt here came off the button. Where's the button? Did I lose it? Could have lost it. It's got a little tag on the sleeve that buttons on the, we'll just roll it up. All right. So as I was cleaning, I was going through books and pamphlets and magazines, and I ran across this one. I think I got this at the library. Famous Women. Famous Women. And I was having such a fun time reading this about all the different women. And I thought, I'm going to make a little game out of it. So here's what we're going to do. There are, let's see, they start this at, this is page 1 here. Except for it doesn't have much on here. I'm going to start at page, oh no, that's page 3. I'm going to start at page 4 through page 45. And what I want to do for this game is we're going to choose a number, and I'll explain that. And also, let me grab one here. Oh, I think I have used all the, have I used all the smaller ones? there's a larger one. Is this a large one? That's large. Here's some smaller ones. What we're going to do is I'm going to put in a go, and we don't have, what, 4 through 45 would be what, 40. We don't have 40 people in here, but that's okay. When I put in my go, not before, I want you to choose a number between 4 and 45 when I put in go. And then after we get the numbers in, we'll put in a stop. Then I'm going to do a random org of 4 through 45. And the person that comes closest to the top number, I'm going to do 2 drawings. I'm going to go to that page, whatever number they pick. Let's say they picked page 44. Well, it happens to be media stars. There's Marilyn Monroe and Mary Pickford. So that person that got closest to 44, I'll give her a choice. Would she rather have me draw Marilyn Monroe or Mary Pickford? And then I'm going to draw 2 at the same time, and the envelope's going to go to the winner. And this is going to stay in my art journal. So I'm going to put in go, and don't say anything yet. Go, pick a number between 4 and 45. All right. So put in a number between 4 and 5. Hi, Janet Nash. Between 4 and 45. 4 and 45. And while you're doing that, I'm going to set up the sequence number generator. And I'm not going to draw out of this book. I'm going to go to, because they're all famous women, they'll be on Wiki. And I'm going to draw the picture from a common domain image on Wiki. Let me get this set up. I got this little phone stand at wait a minute. It goes like this. I got this little phone stand at Menards. They have a little area when you first come in. And of course, I'll have to put in my password. And let me clear all of this and go to the random number generator. Do, 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 do. Sequence number between well, I can generate, well, no, let's see, it would be 4 from 45 would be 41, wouldn't it? I'm going to put generate 41 numbers between 4 and 45. That's good enough. 4 and Oh no, this isn't the sequence. No, no wonder it's so weird. Let me go to the, this is an integer thing. I want the sequence one. No wonder it looked weird to me. Random sequence generator. The largest value, smallest value is 4. The largest value is 45. And it doesn't matter how many for you guys. All right, I'm going to put in a stop. I'm going to count down just in case somebody doesn't have their number in yet. 10, 9, 8, 7, get your number in if you don't have it in. 6, no duplicates. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop. Okay, so we have how many numbers? 37, 1. You were on your tractor yesterday, Kimberly? Hi, Kellyanne. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 numbers. So of you 6, you got a good chance to win something. Oh, we'll count Brenda. Let me move the stop here. Okay. We'll count Brenda. All right, so I'm going between 4 and 45 here. You guys can't see it because the light's shining on it, but I'm going to go ahead and get sequence. And the top number is 31. Who's closest to 31 without going over? Oh, Janet, you went over by 1. Gosh, I think it's Nashua. Oh, 8. No, Nashua had 11, 27. Kellyanne. Okay, so now we're going to go to page 27 in here because that was the number she chose. And we're going to see what famous woman is on page 27. That's 28. Okay, Kellyanne, you have a choice of Gertrude Bell, the daughter of a wealthy English family, became an expert mountaineer and a famous archaeologist. So Gertrude Bell or Freya Stark, probably the most famous female adventurer of the 20th century. While working in Baghdad, she explored Iraq and Iran. So do you want Gertrude Bell or Freya Stark? Hi, Jacqueline. Gertrude Bell, let's read about Gertrude Bell. As a result of her expeditions, Gertrude Bell, the daughter of a wealthy English family, became an expert mountaineer and a famous archaeologist. Freya Stark? Okay. Okay, we'll read Freya Stark, is probably the most famous female adventurer of the 20th century. She's got a hat on here. While working in Baghdad, she explored Iraq and Iran, including a remote set of mountains in Luristan. I don't know where Luristan is, Luristan. Let's look her up on Wiki. Let's see what it says. Daring. Let's Wiki. Wiki Freya, FREYASTARK. Go. Oh, she's here. Oh, she likes her hats. She likes her hat. She's got, well, no, I think that's just a headband in her hair. Let's see if there's another picture of her. This is this a photograph? Let's get the details on this. Oh, there's the photographer. I guess that's a photograph or an artist. That might be a painting. It doesn't say. Summary. It says he's a British painter, so I think that's, oh yeah, it's a painting of her. Well, I like the one with her hat better. Let's see if there's another picture of her in here. Let's go back one, see if there's another picture of her. Come on. Go back one more. One more. Yeah, I guess that's the only picture because it doesn't have a early life and studies, sometimes early travels, and sometimes you can see if there's another picture in here or not. Let's see. World War II. I think that's the only picture. Post-war writings. I think that's the only picture in here, and it's a painting. Well, writings. Boy, she wrote a lot. And references and further reading. So, should I sketch the painting or should I have to be honest with you. I like this picture. I think I'll do the sketch from this. I'm going to use this as a reference photo because I like her in a hat. I hope you do, Kelly. All right. So what I think I'm going to do is, let's just turn this off, get it out of my way for now. We'll see how this goes. Let me put this in a safe place, which is not the trash can. No, I knocked all my books over. Hold on. I'm such a klutz. What is all of this? Wow. I just don't have room. I just don't have room in this room. No matter how hard I try. There's no room in the inn. At the Abrams Inn. I filled it up with art journal. Art journaling. And then I knock it all over. Hold on, I gotta pick up this or it'll be a mess. Gosh. No room at the inn. No room in the inn. Gosh. What's this? Books. Books, books, books. All right. Now let me put this in a safe spot. Sorry about that. Now what I want to do is sketch her simultaneously. And of course it has to be on this. I'm going to fold this book in half and put it over here. Move all of this. And I need something to weight it down. Thread isn't going to be heavy enough. Well, I just put it like that. Move my scissors. I might have to, I guess you guys can see. I had to move this book over a little. All right. I'm going to sketch in ink, but I'm going to sketch with this Sharpie, which is a bold. And I'm going to start out on this, but I'm going to try to sketch them both at the same time. Now, I know I have envelopes yet this end. I have tassels this end. What else do I have this end? Oh, I think I have a couple animals left to do. Yeah, safe spot. You love the hat? Okay, let's start here and sketch the hat first, because that will kind of define the drawing. And this is just going to be a sketch. This is not meant to be a, you know, an excellent, excuse me, I got kind of a cough in my throat. This is just a sketch, a quick sketchy sketch. All right, so she's got a, I'm not sure you can see it. The top part of her hat is white. Then it kind of looks like there's sort of a grayish colored band around it. And then there's a darker band around here. Then the hat itself is kind of at a slant. So down in here, it becomes very, the brim becomes very thin here and actually gets wider as it goes around her head. But then as it comes up here, it gets wider. There's more width in here. And then it thins out again as it goes around her head. But then you can see the underneath part here. So this kind of thins out here. Now let me do the same thing on the envelope. If I can, only it'll be smaller. And take it for what it is, Kellyanne. It's just a sketch. I looked at those pictures that I did on those other, and I think that's one reason why I haven't sent them out yet. I'm not really happy with them. I hate sending out stuff I'm really not happy with. All right, so there's the dark part, and then the hat comes around, the brim of the hat comes around this way, and it's really thin here, and then it gets wider as it goes up, and then it curves around and thins out again. All right. So her hair kind of, and her bangs kind of come, you just, well, you don't even really see too much of her bangs. It gets dark in here. And you can kind of see her hair, and there's brick behind it. So I'm going to think her hair is kind of short. And let me show it to you. The bricks kind of get in the way, but I think she's got, let me hold it up so you guys can see what I'm seeing. See, I think her hair, there's brick here. I don't know if that's a brick or hair. It looks like this is her hat, but this looks like hair, and this looks like hair here. And I think the hair is kind of coming down, I think. I'm not totally sure. When the pictures are just, you know, they're hard to sketch from when they get so dark in there. But they didn't do that for me to sketch from. So, but her face is kind of a rectangle style face. And her eye here, let's see, her hat comes up this way and around. So her eyebrow, her left, or be her right eyebrow, comes right about in here. Right about in here and comes down a little. And then her other eyebrow, this part is dark, and this is really dark. This is dark, and it gets lighter as you go up. And her nose comes down this way, something like that. And then you see just a little of her eye up in here, but it's really, really dark. And then you see more of her eye over in here. And it's very close to the eyebrow itself. And let's see if I can get that in there without too much trouble. And then her hair comes down this way. And I'm wanting to say her hair comes like this. And it looks like there's a tie or something around that. I don't know what that is. It looks like she might have it tied behind her back somehow. And then she's got this little nose between her, you know, the little thing on the upper lip. And her upper lip is here. Her eyes, I don't like leaving blank eyes. They look scary to me. Let's give her a little expression in her eye. There. Now I think her face is I think I have it wider here than it should be. Maybe a little more narrow. Coming down like this. And her lip is just slightly open. Just slightly. Just like that. And there's a little bit of a color under her chin there. Let's give us dark in there. And I'm going to bring her hair out a little more here. And her hat actually comes up and out a little bit more. Like that. And then it's shady in here. And this is all shady. And comes down this way. She's got a very long neck here. Her chin comes down here. And she's got a very definite line here on her cheek and a more of a faded one over here. And there's her, this is all in shadow here. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. And let's see, her neck here comes down like this. Her chin. And her collar comes like so. Around this way. Looks like she's got some sort of a tie on, a striped tie. I can't see exactly what's going on. Something underneath of her collar here. Oh, I see. And then it loops and comes down. It comes down like this. And like this. And then this collar comes out this way. Like so. And then her shoulders come. See, this closes up here. Like so. And like so. Okay, that's as far as I'm going to go on that. Now let's see if I can do better on this. So, I think this has to come up more like that. And it comes down like that. And you kind of see her hair in here. And I think I did her left. Let's see. There's her eyebrow. Her eyebrow is kind of the reference point for me. And this is all shaded here. And then she's got, let's put this eye in. I do, smaller faces are harder for me. But by golly, I'm going to do it. And this is all shadow in here. And this is all shadow in here. Now, I don't want her face to be too wide. She's got hair coming down this way, like this, sort of. I'm not sure about her hair because it's all dark in there. And then her nose comes down. I'll wipe the tip of my pen off. Oh, I'm hot. It's going to get warm. We've been having very warm days. All right, part of this is hat in here, and it gets darker up in here. And her hair is darker. And then her nose comes down this way. And let's give it a little nostril. Kind of like that. Oh, I'm kind of liking that. And then her lips are just slightly open. And then her chin, she's got a fairly square face, a fairly square chin. Something like that. And this comes down like that. And then her neck comes down this way. And then actually her neck is very long here, coming down this way and this way. And I am going to have to either imagine this part or you're only going to get that much. Or I could write Freya Stark on here at the bottom because I'm not going to get her. I could not proportionally do her here and elongate it because the envelope, I could have if I'd done it this way, but it'd probably be even worse. So let's give her a collar coming off like this over to here. And she has that tie coming in, coming out this way. And this is kind of striped. I'm not sure what's going on with that scarf. It could be a figured scarf. And it has another one. We're just going to put it like that. And then it comes up this way. And around like that. And like that. And then something like that. And that's all I see of her. But I'm going to end it. We'll do this very light, light gray here. And a light gray colored in here. And then I'm going to write her name on here, Freya. It's really D-M, D-A-M-E. Freya, F-R-E-Y-A, F-R-E Stark. S-T-A-R-K. Am I going to get that on here? I'm going to have to write it smaller. S-T-A-R-K. There. That works. So I got the sketch in there pretty good. Now I'm going to move this because I want to do some color work here. But let's put in the and then back behind her, let me get it out here. Back behind her are bricks. She's standing in front of a brick wall. So let's put some bricks in there, some brickwork. And we'll just do it like so. And something like this. Something like that. And then I'm going to fill in that part too. Let's do the brickwork on this one. I started in here. No. All right. So I'm going to set that aside, and I'm going to, I'm warm. This is the parchment paper that I was using for wax. I'm going to use it as a palette, although I may not need it. I wanted to use those. Let me find them. What did I do with them? These Sennelier watercolors that I won at Keisha's. Sennelier, I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm going to move this book out of the way. And I need some water. Hold on. I got some little cups and then I moved them, and Lord knows where I moved them to. Here they are. And then the other thing the Lord knows is where my water went to. But I've got extra water. I've got water in my, well, actually, I have water, drinking water. We'll pour a little drinking water in there. Hold on. I keep drinking water in here when I get thirsty. Let me put the lid back on so I don't spill it. Now I also have those Cinelli, but I also have these Prima complexion watercolors. So let's see what I can do. I'm going to have to imagine. Now it looks like her coat is a light color. I don't know if it's gray. I could imagine it being gray, but I'm going to do the red brick first, I think. Maybe I got wax seal out here. So I'm going to choose this darker red. I might mix a little brown with it. Let's get a watercolor. I'm going to use a flat. Whoops, I'm not going to use that one. I am terrible on my brushes. Okay, that's more round than I want here. I want a flat one. All right, and I'm going to spritz. I'm going to spritz this one too. Spritz. And we're going to spritz this one. Now I will always remember the lady who allowed me to have these from Keisha. And I only know her as Barb. So every time I use them, I'll think of Barb. So if you're out there listening, Barb, you know who you are and you know how much I appreciate it. And I'm going to start by putting in some reds here. And I'm just going to, yep. And then I need a towel. I'm going to use this towel that I wiped that. I'm going to mix a little brown in that just to darken it a little. You know, red bricks are not, unless they've just been freshly painted. I could put a little orange in there too. Ooh, that, I got in the red there. And I actually see this being a darker, that's blue. I should use my swatch card. What did I do with it? I don't know how I can lose things so fast. Here it is. It goes like this. So this is blue, green, light green, ochre, terra, ombre brown, Payne's gray, blue cobalt. Okay. I'm going to go back to the brown. Maybe even a little gray in there. here I am playing with the color of the bricks. But that's what I do. And this is just copy paper, and the envelope is just a pen plus gear envelope. You saw a lady teaching watercolor the other day, Arlene says. She didn't use a spray bottle. She used a pipe dropper to put a couple drops on the colors she would use. Well, that's good. You know, Meri, she does what she's used to doing. I don't know if I have a pipe dropper. And I'm just going to put the red brick in first. What I notice about these Sennelier is when I run my brush across them. Now I know that I think they've got honey in them, if I remember right. I don't know if these do, but I feel it kind of not sticking, but dragging when I move my brush across. I don't notice that so much on the other watercolor types. So just trying to differentiate one brand of watercolor to the other. And a watercolor pro can, I think these have a honey in them. Now, I do not like the white, so I am going to take a little of this gray, Payne's gray, and put it up here. And mix a little white with it. Get a dirty light gray white and just kind of lightly go in the, just give it a little, even if it's when I say smeared, I don't mind that. Just kind of, yeah. Now, I like how dark it is right in here, right? These two show up really dark on my tablet, but they're really a brighter red. Let's darken these with some Payne's gray. Because after all, she is, the picture shows it as more of a dark brick than a lighter colored brick. Yeah. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. Maybe it could be a little darker in here. Ah, all right, I'm going to stop with that. And let's see what kind of color I get off of here. I have a feeling that my scratch marks aren't going to show that light of gray that I want, so I'm going to grab some more of this Payne's gray wash. A Payne's gray wash here. And just kind of for her jacket. Now I'm going to bring it down a little. And after this is copy paper. This is not watercolor paper. It's more of a sketch, a watercolor sketch, than a watercolor painting. I do a lot of sketchy work. And even when I go out urban sketching, which I need to do, it's all sketch. It's not meant to be painty. All right. I'm happy with that. Now let's do the same thing. Her hat, her hair gets really dark. And her hat, this is all dark in here. But her hat is a light gray again. So I grab some water here, and her hat is a light gray, and even the upper part of it is, and then it gets darker in here and across and down in here. Now, I don't want to touch her face yet. So I'm going to let that kind of dry on its own. I'll come back to it. Looks like I got a little bit there that I didn't want, but that's okay too. We'll shadow it out. This part of her face I'm going to have to look at because it's all in shadow. This is all in shadow in here from her hat. All right, I'm going to put that aside and let it dry. And let's go to the envelope. Oops, got a fabric scrap there. And let's do the envelope. And here again, this is sketchy sketch. It's not meant to be a painty. It's not meant to be a painty. I'm going to bring that down a little. I got my red. I'll wipe this off here. I'm not a neat nick when I paint. My colors get mixed in with each other. I kind of prefer it that way, to tell you the truth. I'm not a neat nick at all. And it's just kind of my style here that's what I do. I'll leave neatness up to somebody else. I'm just going to kind of block the bricks in here. And I think I have your address, Kelly. I've been working in the gleaning the birthdays from the address book. And I think I ran across yours. Now I added a little brown in there and grays. I can see me breaking this cover off of it. Now let's add some gray in there. Darkens it up a little. Now remember, again, this is a sketch. This is not meant to be anything more than a sketch. Now, this part, I think I'll clean my brush. And let's go for maybe a yellow ochre down here. And let's just lightly go, ooh, that's pretty dark. Bring that up a little. Boy, that's a pretty, if that's yellow ochre, let me look at that. It looks more yellow than, oh, yeah, it says it's yellow ochre. But man, that looks pretty bright for me. But I guess once I get the gray in there, it doesn't matter much. And you can see the pattern of the envelope coming through. I can see the crosshatch of the envelope, which is kind of cool. I doubt if it'll stay that way when it dries, but it's kind of like a tweed in there. I wonder if I can hold that up and show it to you guys. I wish it would stay, but I think when it dries, it'll fade. I don't know if you guys can see it. See the tweed of the envelope coming through on the inside of the envelope? And by the way, this will be the art itself. The envelope is the art. All right. So let's just set this, and I'll come back in and do her name better. But I'm going to set it aside and let it dry off a little more and go back to this one. And I think I'll put some yellow ochre. I think I'll write the same thing. D A M. Ooh, it's getting pretty thin in there. E. Freya, F. R E Y A N S T. I have more room on here. A R K. All right, now I'm going to put yellow ochre in here. Because I don't know what's down here. Just yellow ochre appeals to me. There. All right, so now I think I'm going to dry that a little. Heat gun alert. Maybe I'll come out and look at chat. Let me refresh. Hi, Rachel. Good to see you, Rachel. Hi, Dawn. Good morning. Good morning. Kimberly's here. Rachel, Dawn. Who else am I missing? Dee Dee. Hi, Dee Dee. Oh, it's good to see you. Dee Dee, I put your wax seals in my art journal this morning. Becky's here. Scott. Becky and Scott. Rachel says good morning to Becky and Scott. Janet Nash is here. Good morning, Janet. Becky said, I'm cutting 2.5 by 4.5 bricks to go between the colored blocks of the baby quilt I decided to make. Becky, Becky, Becky. Becky, Becky, Becky. Showing her crocheted antique crochet pattern and all the quilts and everything she's making. And all the fabric that she gets at the Goodwill. I must miss it. I must miss it. I don't see fabric on yarns. She only got one skein of yarn this time. Becky, cutting smooth like butter. Becky said, woohoo! A new blade in my rotor cutter is awesome. Kellyanne says, my address is in Beth's groups. Thank you, Kellyanne. I'll check that out. Dee Dee popped in. I'm just scrolling back. Say good morning to folks that I might have missed. Morning, guys. Who is Meri drawing? I'm doing a game. Early on, there were not a whole lot of people in here, but I have this book, Dee Dee, Famous Women. And I did a go and had them put in a number between 1 and 45. I skipped the front matter and the back matter. And every page here has a famous woman on it. Now, I wanted to go to Wiki, but the painting, Kellyanne won. I took the number that was closest to the top number, the random number generator. And Kellyanne won it. And I was going to go to Wiki. And she wanted me to do Dame Freya Stark, who is probably the most famous female inventor of the 20th century. While working in Baghdad, she explored Iraq and Iran, including a remote set of mountains in Luristan, Luristan. So Freya Stark, and that's who she picked. Well, I like to work off a wiki, but the picture of Freya in Wiki is actually like an oil painting. And I liked her here because she's in a hat. So it's not a perfect likeness, but here again, it's a fast sketch. And so what I'm doing is, this is my art journal page. Let me set this up here in a safe spot. And then for Kelly, I'm doing an envelope. So, and it's not perfect, but I don't care. I'm not going for perfection. I'm just going for fun. So I'm going to put a little, I have Prima. Dee Dee, I got these Cinele watercolors. Where did I put them? Over here at Keisha's auction. Thanks to Barb. Barb question mark. I can't remember her last name. But I won't go into the story of how that happened, but these came from Keisha's auction, and I wanted to try them because I've never painted watercolored with Cinele. And I regard these as sketches, fast sketches. These are not meant to be beautiful watercolor paintings or portraits or anything like that. They're just for fun. And then over here, I got this set, actually, Meri 2. Meri 2 had sent me a couple years ago, had sent me a $25 gift certificate to Hobby Lobby. And they just happened to have these Prima complexion watercolor sets there. And so I think of Meri 2 when I use these, which I've used them, but as you can see, they're still they're still good. And so let's go over here and put some fleshy tone in here. And here again, I consider this more like a fast sketch than anything. Let's see if I can't get a little darker in here. Let me go down to the bottom of chat here. I'm just playing. You were there when I cut the watercolor. I don't want to go into that story, Dee Dee. Yeah. I'm adding a little more darkness to the hat, the brim here. I sketched these with the S-Gel pen, the bold, the 1.0 S-Gel pen, and I like it because it is water soluble. Although I didn't get, sometimes I get a darker because I put more ink on it. So I'm just filling it in with watercolor. Okay, and then I think I actually want, I want this, I want the brick darker. Yeah, let's go to this darker red here and see what I want it more like brick, like a dark brick. With little bits of red showing through. And I'll have to define this a little better. I'm just working on copy paper. So, you know, it is what it is. This will go in my journal. You can see I haven't touched the face much. Put some more black in there. And I just kind of like sketchy sketch, not trying to get an exact likeness. Just having fun. Just having fun. It looks like I'm bleeding a little there. All right. probably give it a dry. And I don't think watercolor artists who are pros really use a heat gun. They practice their patience and set it aside and let it air dry. But this is an art journal page. This is not meant to be anything more than that. Now I want to go back to see if I can't get a I don't know if there's a bright blue. See how bright this blue is. It's gonna look green on the, yeah, I'm not getting anything on my brush. That's not suiting my fancy. I'm gonna leave that. That's not doing it for me. Let me look at that picture again. I want to look at her face. I might have to go to a smaller brush. See how her face is all in shadow, especially around her neck, on her chin, here around her eye. I want to achieve some shadow, and I'm just going to assume she has dark eyes. And let me go to a darker color here. Maybe with a little gray mixed in it. And the page is going to stay with me, and the envelope is going to go to Kellyanne. I'm going to dry that. I want a lighter gray. Hat up here. I can't get it too much wetter or I'm going to go through the page. All right. Let me put these aside for a minute. Oh, look at the other side. I like the other side just as well as I like the front side. All right. I'm going to go to a smaller brush. Yeah. A small brush, Meri. Here. Becky said, I'll be sewing one row at a time. Rachel says, Becky, layout is fun. Getting them the same order on the quilt. Therein lies the challenge. Dee Dee says, answer the brand art philosophy. I'm not sure what that means, Dee Dee. They are $16 on Amazon. Oh, under the brand art philosophy. Oh, you're talking about the water. I haven't seen these in Hobby Lobby in months. Oh, the Primus? I haven't either. I haven't either, Dee Dee. I guess I got lucky. I'm gonna darken her eyes here a little. And I don't know if they're a blue or brown or what. And we're going to give her a sort of a brownish red lips here. Just for the fun of it. And then I want to go back to this color here and just kind of darken all this area here. It's kind of hard to see her chin, especially. I don't want to give her a beard though. That's the one thing, but it almost, you know, it's dark in there. It's dark right under the lip. And I'm using that kind of a, well, I mixed it. It's kind of a yellow red with gray in it. Her eye here is all dark. It's all dark in there. And kind of along here and a little bit in there along her nose area. And dark in here. I don't think the whites of her eyes, I always tend to open up the eyes more than when her eyes are not as open as I have them. I tend to open up the eyes a little. I guess I just tend to do it because that's what I do. Yeah. And then I guess her neck actually comes more of a V in there. You can kind of see the, her chin kind of comes down like that. And she's got a very pronounced area in here. And lighter over in here. Oops, I don't have enough water on that. Oh, I'm not going to worry about it. Now the shirt is white, but I don't like of course my paper is a cream colored paper, but I don't like a white. And I'm just putting a kind of a yellow in there just because it's my imagination. And I don't know if you guys are even, yeah, you're seeing it a little. I don't like a white. I could put a little gray in there too. A little, whoops, that's not gray. Well, that's more of a brown than a gray. It'll dry lighter anyway. Oops. Oh, my tatted butterfly. I tatted a butterfly out of yarn. He went pretty good. He went pretty good. My little tatted butterfly out of yarn. Yeah. Rather than thread. I was experimenting. Let's see, I want a grayish color. Maybe underneath of the collar. Now, the other thing that I want to do is I don't like the blue that I have. I feel like it's too, I want more of a dark blue. So what I'm going to use is this metallic marker. And let's see. I don't want it, I don't care if it goes off of here. I don't want it to go off in there. So I'm going to take this parchment paper that I was using for the wax seals. And I'm just going to play with this printing here. And I'll outline it in black. I'm just going to put Freya. And I'm just doing it very loose. I'm not trying to be very precise with this. And I kind of like working loose. Now let's go in with the black, wherever that may be. And I'm just going to outline the whole letter. Now, I'm working off of my phone. Oh, I guess it is plugged in. I was going to say, I've got to check it, though. I've been having some trouble with my chargers. I think they're getting old. Sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. You guys who just came in did not hear my story. I cleaned yesterday. And I had papers. Oh, my brother went out and sat on the front porch. He can't take it when I get things, or when I start organizing and cleaning, and I get boxes and papers strewn every place. Well, I wanted to unplug my phone and move it. Well, when I did that, it was on the charger, and I was taking the charger out of the phone, and I must not have had a very good hold on the phone with my left hand, and the phone went flying. And I got to pick it up. Well, actually, I was looking for my tax forms, my tax forms. I have to file my taxes this year. And I couldn't find them. And that kind of led to the cleaning. But I was moving my phone and it flew away. And I couldn't find it. And still, I had everything all straightened up and put away, and I still had not run across my phone. I found the tax forms, but I couldn't find my phone. And I was telling my brother at supper, after I thought about it, I thought, well, I took out 2 bags of trash. And I said, I wonder if that phone is in the trash. And lucky for me, they had trash pickup. Our trash pickup is in the morning, and it was on Wednesday mornings, or Thursday. Well, it was yesterday morning. It was yesterday morning, so the trash man had already come, and we take the trash and move it, the barrel, and move it up toward our back door, so we only have to step out the back door and throw the trash away, and that's what I did when I was cleaning. And at supper, I said, I wonder if my phone is in the trash. I better go look, but I'm so tired, I'll do it tomorrow. And my brother, bless his heart, I was tired. I was sitting in my recliner and after supper, and he came in and said, I emptied the trash. It only had my 2 bags in it. And he said, I brought your trash bags in the house. And so after I got my energy up, I went out, and sure enough, there was my phone in the trash. There was my phone in the trash. I think I'm done with this as much as I'm going to. It's done on copy paper, so there's warping of the paper and everything. But I'm going to put it in my art journal. I'm happy with it. So this is April the 13th. Oh, is it the 12th? Is tomorrow the 13th or? No, today's the 13th. I better get those. I'm thinking about filing an extension. I'm thinking about getting some advice, but we'll see. I'm going to do it up in pencil first, and then if I don't understand what I'm doing, I'm going to file an extension and go get some advice. So there, I'm going to call this done. When I look at it in the, well, I guess if I hold it this way a little, her face doesn't look so yellow. It looks, in my tablet, her face looks yellow, but it's actually a nice tan color. All the yellow is down here. So I'm pretty happy with it. It isn't perfect. But what sketch is, I mean, you have to sit and draw and draw and draw. All right. So I'm going to put that aside and get out this again. Now, this definitely needs some darkening, especially her hair and her eyes. Let's see if I can't close up her eyes a little bit more. Her eyebrows come down. I don't know. I'd like to have the bricks a little darker too, I think. I think the bricks are too red for my taste. Here's the picture I'm working off of. But see, her eye here, her eye in this picture is actually more closed off. You don't see as much white. I have her eye brightly, happily looking at you. I'm going to leave it that way. I don't want to mess with it too much. I want to add some more dark on the, let me get this parchment paper out again. Guess I had folded it in half. Only because I was using it with my wax seals. Let me refresh chat. Meri, what are we going to do with you? I don't know, you guys. I'll tell you. I don't know. It's been a heck of a... The last couple of weeks have been kind of, I missed a step and hurt my arm. It's still kind of painful, but I've been taking a leave. It reduces the pain. It's getting better. It's not completely... It still hurts a little, but not, not too bad. But then I threw my phone in the trash. I light my desk on fire. You guys, I think I need supervision, but I don't think I'd get along very well if somebody tried to supervise me. Hi, Leah. She said, I'm so glad you found your phone. And it was my note. It was my notepad with the S Pen. And I wanted that S Pen so bad because I like to sketch on my phone. And, I do stuff like this and just playing. But I would have hated myself if that would have gone in the trash and got all crunched up. Arlene says, I'm bad about putting a book on top of the trash can and using it as another surface. So I look through the trash before I take it out just in case. Well, this trash can, see, I have my recliner. This is my recliner. I have just a little table, a little, well, actually, I think it was a magazine stand because it's got a lower shelf where I can put stuff. And then I got a TV tray over here, which I have a fan on. I never have enough room for stuff. I've got a basket here that holds my phones. And my charger, I got it down here on the floor. I've got a surge protector and a lamp here. And then our landline that my brother uses, the landline, because he has captioning, because he's deaf. And so there's a phone stand over here. And then there's another chair here and a chair there and a chair there, and our TV's over here. And I've got this is my recliner. I got another book stand here. There's a bookcase there and a book. I'm surrounded. But anyway, there's just a narrow space in here between the TV tray and the little stand here, the little magazine stand. And this is, it's just a narrow space, and my wastebasket sits right down in there. And I took the phone out of the basket on the tray, and I lifted it up, and I was going to, the plug-in goes down here, and I was going to pull it out. Well, I jerked it, and the phone went flying. Well, I thought it flew over this way, but it actually went in the wastebasket here. I just dumbfounded that I looked at every place except for the wastebasket. Now, if I ever lose something, I'm going to look in the wastebasket first. We should call EMS and have them stand by. Well, that phone, when I jerked it like that, it could have called the that's the other thing. On this TV tray that sits over here, I was using a clamp with a phone, it has the clamp for the phone. Dee Dee knows this. And I had it clipped onto the TV stand, and I was watching a movie, and I was sitting over here. I don't know, I was either crocheting or reading or something. I was watching this movie, and all of a sudden, that phone called 911. And I don't know how it did it, but it did it more than once. So I'm going to need a new phone charger, though. The charger that came with my notepad is still good, and it charges both up to 100%. The charger that I bought extra that has like 10 feet on it, it's starting to fade. If I get my phones up to 100%, the charger, the 10-foot charger, will keep it at 100%, I hope. Sometimes it does and sometimes it doesn't. But I'm going to have to get a new phone charger. I was wondering that too, if there's any hack out there, because those phone chargers cost. What causes a phone charger to not work anymore? And is there a hack out there to, why do they go dead? And is there a hack out there, somebody that knows electricity really well? I mean, is there a wire in there that gets twisted? Or, my mother used to, the old lamp cords, and how they would, the old round lamp cord with the two prongs coming out this way, and they would get frayed at the top. My mother used to take those all apart and fix them and screw them in right and make them like brand new. And it's usually a broken wire. I wonder where the wire is broken. I'm wondering, because those 10-foot at Verizon, those 10-foot charger cords will cost you up to $40. And that was a couple years ago. I don't know what they are now. What Rachel said, problem is usually the cord, not the charger. Yeah, something in the cord. Well, I would pull this out, but it's charging up my phone. I don't want to mess with it. The cord on these, why I like to get them at Verizon, is on the cheaper charger cords where the charger goes into the port. And when you're using it with the charger on it, which I do a lot, that it can get all frayed there. But these at Verizon have a really not, that's probably why they cost $40. And it's not fraying at all. But I wouldn't be surprised if there is a broken wire in there someplace. Don't try to fix your wires, Meri. I won't. But I just wondered how hard it would be for somebody who understood all of that. I won't, Dee Dee, I promise, because I don't want to electrocute myself. But, there's a hack for everything. And I'm going, man, I sure wish I could save $40. Now, I will say the people at Verizon, if you get especially they said if you buy anything at their store, and I think that probably excludes the phones, but like you know, any accessory like the phone cord or maybe earbuds or whatever they sell to accessorize. Uh, if it stops working for you within like 3 months or so, where it's relatively new, they say just bring it back and they'll replace it for nothing. That's what they told me about a year ago. And I haven't, you know, it's usually past a year before it starts giving me problems. So I'm gonna have to get another phone charger though. A good way to ruin a phone. Well, I'm not gonna do that. But I just thought that it would be, you know, somebody who knows what they're doing probably could do it. I promise you guys I won't. But I can't help but think about it. Can I think about it? Don't try to fix your wires. I love that. Rachel says, the wires today are far smaller than the wires your mom used to have. Yeah, I would imagine they would be, you know, and for her it was just a matter of, you know, they were frayed right at the plug-in. You know, they get those older cords, lamp cords and everything would get frayed right at the plug-in. And she understood how those wires, she would clip it off and she understood how those wires went back through the plug and hooked on and everything. I wouldn't even attempt that. You know, I'm too afraid that I'll electrocute myself. But it's just an interesting thing to think about. They might replace it, but it's been a couple years. I don't think they'll. They look at your record and see when you last bought it, and I doubt if they would replace it after a couple. I'll ask. I'll say well. In fact, I think it was when I got my new notepad up there, and that's been over a year ago, because it was last January when I started sketching on it. So I think I'd have to look up myself. But I traded in, I had my tablet that I'm reading over here, my tablet. It's an old tablet, and it passed its 2-year, you know, I got it for a little nothing. But I had to buy a second line, and when I bought a second line, I practically got the older tablet free. But what I did is, when that warranty ran out on that tablet, I kept the second line, and I had, this is a whole big story. I had another phone that the battery got big on, you know, expanded, and not what I'm using now, but it was like a Galaxy, what was a Galaxy 7 or a Galaxy 5. But the warranty, they quit covering expanded batteries in the warranty. And even I had been paying for this warranty month after month, and when the battery expanded and I thought I was going to get a replacement, they said we don't cover it anymore. And I thought they should have covered it for an older warranty, but I wasn't going to argue. So I went ahead and paid for it just to get it working. And then I thought, well, I've got 2 phones now, and I don't really want it. They're both, you know, I had a Galaxy 7 and then my S20. So I asked him if I could, that one that I got fixed, if I could put it on, trade it in for a Galaxy Note with the S Pen that I really wanted, and put it on the second line where my tablet had. And they did that for me. So I'm pretty happy with the setup, and I'm pretty happy with Verizon's overall. I'm pretty happy with them, but I'm pretty rough on these charger cords, because I unplug them and plug them in and move them around, and, you know, they get their wear and tear. Arlene says, sadly, most things are made to be disposable. New things don't last anymore. That's true. New things don't last anymore. Very true. What did I do with my flat brush? Here it is. I'm going to make this a little darker. It almost looks like tea. It's not. I actually have coffee this morning, but it's probably cold by now. I like cream in my coffee. Arlene says, let's see. My friend ruined her iPhone by pulling the phone to unplug the charger, destroyed the charger port. Took the techs a while to figure it out. Oh, that's interesting. Well, I'm surprised because that phone went in the trash and it was at the bottom of the bag, and we've got a big closed, the lid is a flip top lid and it's fairly tall. It's probably about 5 feet tall, that trash can. It's a fiberglass one, I guess. And I just dropped it in. I guess hopefully there was something under that phone to pat it from the... Rachel says she's starting to speak Arlenese. Let's see. Arlene says fixing and hacks is a good way to ruin a phone. Dee Dee says, that's right, Arlene. Rachel says flying phones, mysterious desk fires, dangerous sharp things. Well, I'm pretty good with the sharp things. I haven't cut myself yet. You guys think I'm going to, but I'm pretty careful with the sharp things. Andrew doesn't like to watch me cut, but I'm pretty careful. And when I carve stamps, I'm pretty careful there. Because, I don't want to get hurt. But I was careless with the candle, and I don't use a flame. I don't even use a candle to melt my wax anymore. I use my heat gun. Oh, it's so good to talk and chat with you guys, though. It's good to sit here and chat. Let's see. Dee Dee said Becky, nod. What did Becky say? Scott would tell you that it's safer to just replace it, as they just aren't worth fixing. All right, Becky. But I can still wonder about it, can I? Can I wonder? It's just... it's something to wonder about. What makes them, and I can accept that it's probably a broken wire. And then the other thing I would wonder about, if you were to, which I'm not to, how would you find the broken wire? How, in a cord, let me pull this cord, it just, because it's a long cord. Here's the cord. Can you guys see it? And it's a very well-made cord. How would you ever find a broken wire in that cord? I don't think you could. And that's probably... But why are they so darned expensive? Now I got it peeking out here. You will use an electronic meter. Oh, that's interesting. So see, somebody who knows what they're doing could probably fix it. It could probably splice it and put it all back together again. Braided cords are not to be played with. Yes, moms, all my mothers out there. I'm not going to play with it, but I'm still sitting here wondering about it. Can I wonder? I'm going to darken these bricks. I like to think about those things, even though I know I don't have that type of expertise. Don't worry, you guys, I'm not going to. This envelope is going to be mailed to Kellyanne because she won and it's not a perfect picture of her, but hey, it's fun doing it. And speaking of Becky, because she's in here, we can talk about her in front of her. Becky crocheted a dragonfly from a pattern that, what was Sherry sent to you? But you did it row by row so that people could crochet with you. Am I understanding that right? And I think you did the doily that way too. Oh no, you gave the link to the lady that did the doily. The antique doily. I want to go back and do her dragonfly with her. I think she did it. Hi, Roy. Good morning, Mr. Bootsy. Pancakes and pals on a Thursday summerish morning. Hi, Mary, and a group hello and hugs to all the Fibettes. Good morning, Mr. Roy. Roy is teaching his granddaughter how to sew. I got more. I want to darken this coat. And look, my yellow here, my yellow, I guess it still looks pretty yellow down there. Now, when this dries, it'll dry lighter. That's why I'm giving it another layer. And let's give it another layer up here, maybe around there. And let's grab a little black for the, I'll grab some black. Now, what I'm putting on here is the Prima, not the Cinelay. And I guess I'm kind of happy with that. The darker that I make the background, the more she'll pop out. And it still looks like a red brick behind her. What did Leah say? Leah said, I took bottle caps and made a palette with them. Oh, how cool. For your watercolor, did you squeeze watercolor into them? Into little bottle caps and make a palette that way? That is clever. Very clever. All right, I'm going to get some clean water. So I'm just going to empty this over here in my water picture over there, which has clean water in it, by the way. But let me put some clean water in here because I want to do her face. And this is my drinking. This is Pioneer Lady. It has a lid with a straw in it that I just took off. But I must drink 2 or 3 of these a day. I think this is a quart. I must drink about a gallon of water a day. I'm constantly going to the bathroom. Which, by the way, I kind of cleaned today. I worked hard today. Now my brush is pretty clean. Let's give her some of this yellowish, not yellow, is it yellow? No, it's a peachy color. On her face. And then as you look at her, as you look at the picture right under her neck, it kind of comes to a V in there. Like so. And of course it's I'll move this around here and get a little darker in the eyes, kind of a darker shade in here, a little gray in there. Yeah, I can't see where I'm going anymore. maybe over here underneath of this eye. I got her eyes open too much. I tend to open up the eyes. It's just what I do. And I need that other brush, the smaller one that I was using. Okay, I won't splice the phone charger cord and kill myself, I promise. They're all going, thank God. We convinced her. Right under her neck there, right under her chin and under her lip. And in here. And let's give her a little red on her lip, kind of a darkish red color. And then I said I don't like a white. And I think I'm going to go to a real light gray. And I mean light. Wishy-washy. Maybe with some white in it. Let's grab some of that white over here. Yeah. Grab some more. Underneath of her bow tie there. And maybe around in the back collar here. A little shading in there. And let's make this a darker gray. I'm mixing Prima with Cinelay. This is great. And I need my other brush. Now that will probably dry lighter. I need to get out and do some urban sketching. I think I'm pretty happy with her. She is what she is. Now I'm going to do the lettering now and kind of touch her up with my pen. So let's do the same thing with these Pen Plus Gear metallics. If you can grab them at Walmart while they're there, I have a feeling, because in my area at least, retail, the Pen Plus Gears have disappeared off of the shelves. I think Allie K showed that they were still on the website, Walmart website, but who knows? They might just be selling what's in stock. So if you can grab a hold of Pen Plus Gears, I would, because they work just as good as Sharpie, and they're cheaper. Now let's go on with the black. And here again, I'm not trying to be perfect with my lettering. I'm just kind of freestyling it, I guess you could say. Very loose. Very loose. Don't fence me in. Don't make me obey any rules today. Actually, I really felt good after I got the cleaning done today. I really want to get out tomorrow and work in the yard. It's going to be nice here tomorrow, I think. I got bulbs I want to plant. We've got bulbs coming up. The daffodils are blooming. we need to, we took the lawnmower in. Was it yesterday we took the lawnmower in? Not on Wednesday, Tuesday we took the lawnmower in. So it's getting serviced, but we got to till the garden. This is ARK. There. Now I did do her outliner a little here. She's got a kind of a scarfy tie on here underneath of her collar. I think I have her looking younger than what the picture is, but that's okay. And I know I have her eyes open more. I'm only going to do one of these because I don't want to get bogged down. I got stuff I need to send out. Let's see, where's that thinner? Did I put it back in here? Oh, let me move it. I think I'm done with my watercolor. Let me move it completely off of the... I won't close it up, I promise. I think this one is my better one. So I think Kellyanne's going to get the better one. I'm looking for my fine point. This is a Sharpie. Let's bring out her face a little bit more. Not too much more. And then I'm going to sign it April 13th, 2023. And there's one more thing I want to do here, and we'll call it done. I want to do it to both of them. Let's empty my water. I don't want to spill that. Put that little cup over there the next time I get the heat gun out of my lap. And we're going to, grab a towel here or a piece of paper. What do I have over here? Some scrap paper. Oh, of course I put my hands right in it. Hold on. I'm going to have a crafty lunch. I'll just use this. I just want to outline a border. I feel like a border kind of sets it off. And this will go in my April art journal. And I might be doing more of these this month, but I'm only going to do one at a time because I find I get bogged down when I try to do more than one. There we go. That's for me. And this one is for Kelly. And Kelly, it'll come to you like this in the mail. And they have been getting through. Raul got his clear over in Spain. His peacock. And he used it in the scavenger hunt journal. I was surprised it got to him. It didn't get to Chris, though. Chris has trouble. Chris has trouble. Now, this is watercolor, and I learned from Artedar that you can use wax to seal this, and it goes through the mail just fine, and it does not ruin the watercolor. So that is what I'm going to do. I've got some Daddy Dan's that was gifted to me by a long time ago friend. Every now and then she pops in. Nancy Widner gifted me this Daddy Vans about 3 years ago, I think. It was while I was still online. And look, I still almost have a full, but I've been using it more lately. And let's try it here first. See it? Well, it comes off a little. I think with this probably comes off more than my other watercolor. This has, those Sennelays, I think, have a honey base to them. But not too bad. And I'm going to buff it. I'm going to put wax on it first. But that'll help protect it as it goes through the mail. And I actually think it helps bring out the color. This brings out the color on wood. Why wouldn't it on my page? And it's just, my hand is just a little dark there, not too bad. A little red on it. But that's just enough to distress it for me. All right, that's all for that. And let's just, I want a clean towel. Let me get a clean, dry towel behind me here. Oh, you guys don't want to see behind me. It's horrible. But it's nice out in the living room because I worked in the living room all day today. Well, it pulls a little of that blue off of the, but not too bad. It pulled a little of the blue off of the lettering. And it'll also dry a little too here. It'll dry before I send it. I think it does a pretty good job. All right, so this one's going to go to Kellyanne. And let me set it aside. I'll try to get that out in the mail today. Kelly, if you're out there listening. And I'm going to actually do this one too. So I'm going to put this one in my journal. This one will stay in my art journal. And I'm surprised of this wax. I think of the people that I sent envelopes out to that I used wax on, I think they got them just fine with no issue. I haven't heard anybody complain. And I started putting wax on them at the very first because I did Artie Dar's Chameleon, not Shyamalan. I was pronouncing it Shyamalan, and they were making fun of me. It's Chameleon, Meri. Oh, I was pronouncing it like it looked like. Well, it's Chameleon. Chameleon should be K-I-L-L, K-A-M-I-L-I-O-N, not C-H-A-M. All right. Her face looks a little yellow in my tablet, but it actually is a tan color. I'm very happy with her. It isn't exactly her likeness, but I'm happy with what I've done. It's a lady in a hat. Oh, and speaking of ladies in hats, our Fourth Art Saturday in April's coming up in a couple weeks. Let's see, today's the 13th. It will be, hold the phone, let me look at my calendar. It will be not this coming Saturday, but the Saturday after this coming Saturday. It'll be next Saturday, not the 15th, but the 22nd. And the theme is hats. I didn't even think of it when I did this. The theme is hats. You don't want to miss it because I can just imagine the creativity that's going to come out of that. Hats. Now let me put this back so I don't lose it. What time would it be out there? How much time did I spend doing my famous lady? We'll do this more often because I want to do more of these. I think this is a fun exercise. So there's 41 real pages, and we'll have a contest just like we did this morning. Hold on, let me get back into chat. Let me refresh chats. What I do is I put a go, and then I have you pick a number between 4 and 45, and then I do a random org, and the person that gets closest to the top number, they choose a number. Like Kellyanne chose page 27, and that happened to be this page, and so I gave her a choice of whichever famous lady she wanted. And then I did one in my art journal and did one for her. And look at how many famous ladies there are. Really fascinated reading and simple reading, you know. But it's interesting because you can choose one lady. And then after I was doing that this afternoon, I choose a lady, and then I'd go look them up on Wiki and read about them. Like this lady, a lot of ladies back in the day, pre-1800s, could not practice their profession. They had, ladies were not permitted to be doctors and scientists and mathematicians and all that. They had to be from a rich family, a well-to-do family, to even get a good education. I mean, a good education if you wanted to be a philosopher or a doctor. Well, this lady is called a medicine man. And this is really interesting. It says one of the most unusual medical careers was that of Dr. James Berry, 1795 to 1865. Dr. Berry was an English woman named Miranda Stewart. And then it goes on and tells about her. Her true identity was only discovered in 1865 when her body was examined after her death. So she fooled people her entire life. She even fooled all the people, I would think if her instructors or even her colleagues kind of suspected, she was probably so good that they kept it quiet. I would imagine that. But just think to have to cut your hair short and comb it like a man's and wear, I mean, okay, we have transgenders today, but she had to almost be she wasn't a transgender. She had to dress like a man just to practice being a doctor. That just kind of infuriates me. And then Ada Lovelace is in here. And I've been reading the book, The Enchantress of Numbers. I'm almost done with it. She's in here, mathematician. I can't find it right now, but, scientific, here's Ada Lovelace. I'm reading a book about her now. And I'm right at the point, I'm almost to the end. But Charles Babbage did the analytical engine and the difference machine, which is the precursor to our modern day computers. You think of the big old mainframes when you look at this, and just think of our little phones now and our desktops and our laptops. Well, she was from a well-to-do. She was the daughter of Lord Byron, who was a poet, an English poet, and he was real famous. But he was also kind of eccentric, and he had a reputation, kind of a sordid reputation, I guess you would say. And but her mother did not want her to have an imagination like her father did. Her mother called it bad blood. And so her mother would not allow her to entertain fairy tales and she didn't have many friends, but she was good at math. And she became friends with Charles Babbage, Charles Babbage, Babbage, and she actually made a lot of suggestions of how he could improve his machine. But at one point, she was asked to publish an article in a scientific journal or translate an article, and she added all her own because she knew this machine inside and out because of all of her studies and everything, and her relationship with Charles Babbage. So she wrote actually translated an article on this out of from Italian to was it French, I think, or English? I can't remember which, but she translated it, but she also added her own notes. And she's going to have it published by the publishing company, and they knew that she was a lady, and they actually published it, but Charles Babbage had an argument with the English government because the English government wasn't very helpful in funding his research, and he got mad at him, and he didn't want her to publish her article, and she wanted to publish it, and she went ahead and did it, and they had a lot of contention between them. I'm right at the book now where they're just starting to be friends again. Just a very, very interesting, but she's regarded as the first programmer. But it's very interesting because even after she wrote that article and submitted it for publication and it got published, she had to use her own initials. She couldn't use her feminine name because the scientific community probably would not accept it because it was a woman's work. And it was well received until they found out who the initials belonged to. Then they kind of dismissed it because it was written by a woman. So we've come a long way, baby, but I don't think we're entirely there yet. I think that there still is a certain amount of, and not just in pay, I think there's a certain amount, there's a lot that women can do that men, that were considered the domain of men. Like we have women pilots and women astronauts and that, but I still think that there's a certain reserve, and I don't know if that'll ever go away. It doesn't bother me, and it doesn't bother me anymore because I'm retired. I don't care. But I'm talking about, well, like people like me when I was programming. I didn't get the best assignments because there was a male lead programmer. I think women are kind of even in, and I don't know how it is now. I'm just talking from my own experience. I did a lot of menial tasks that men would not, they would refuse to do. And not all bosses are like that, but I found that to be a general rule even in consulting. You were more of a Kelly girl than a consultant. You were more of a temporary worker than there to add what you've learned over the years. So in that sense, I think that there's a lot that women have to, or at least in my experiences, there were. I don't know what it's like now, and frankly, I'm out of it, so. All right. Meri's got off of her soapbox. Let me have a sip of my cold coffee. Rachel says, same thing was true of Marie Curie, discoverer of radium. She credited much of her research to men to get it published. Rory said, just the way women are treated in Congress shows how much work has to be done yet. Some of the male legislators are downright Neanderthal. I would agree with that. And I think it's on both sides of the aisle politically. I don't think it's, well, let's just take the case of, and I don't want to use the presidential election, although I saw it in the presidential elections, but here in Nebraska, our government, we'll use our Nebraska governor. We elected a governor this year. And the governor that I would have voted for, and I think I did vote for him, but he didn't win. There was two Republicans. Nebraska is a very conservative state. There we have Democrats, but we're predominantly Republican state. And but between the two in the primaries, now I'm not a Republican, I'm not a Democrat. I consider in Nebraska we do not have an independent party. If you want to be independent, you have to say I have no party. You know, you don't get to say you're an independent. We used to be able to have an independent. Hopefully they'll come back, but you can't say you're an independent. There's libertarian. You can have libertarians in Nebraska, but there's no independent party in Nebraska. So I can't say I'm an independent, but I'm really kind of an independent. If I like a Democrat, I'll vote for them. If I think that they're on target with their policies, I'll vote for them. But I'm the same way with Republicans. I lean more toward the conservative simply because I grew up in Nebraska and I kind of think like the Nebraska, my value system and everything kind of is leaning more conservative. But I also believe even politically that the Democrats sometimes have some good ideas, but not all the time. Both parties do. But getting back to the governors in Nebraska, they were both Republican. Well, the current Republican was governor, had served his term, and he wasn't going to, our current governor at the time of our primary election was not going to run again. And gosh, I don't know, I think he went into private business. I don't think he went on to government. I don't know what he's doing now. But anyway, he favored another Republican. But we had another Republican over here who was just a little bit more liberal. Well, his wife, not his wife, he got accused of having an affair with a lady. So, and whether that was all true or not, I don't know. But here you get all this female interaction coming in. And, you know, I don't know. I don't know. I just don't think that, I think sometimes women are used, even politically. And I saw that I see it in presidential elections too, on both sides of the aisle. Now we had Virginia Smith? I don't know if she was Democrat or Republican. She might have been Democrat. I can't remember if she was Democrat or Republican, but she was one when I was, gosh, that was in the 80s, I believe. She was elected. And Ben Nelson was a Democrat, and he was a very good governor for Nebraska. I'm talking about the past. But you always get the seedier side of politics. Janet and Freddie are back. Mary's rambling on about women. Rachel says, I still remember getting a position as an assistant manager and being asked to get coffee as my first assignment. Oops, I spilled it. Oh, Rachel, that's hilarious. Well, there's something else I want to do. There's a couple of other things. What time is it? It's only 7:15. Today is Thursday. I think that Pink Girly comes on. Now, these were my brother's, I don't know, planters. And he's had them in the back porch for ages. I'm going to clean them out a little here. And I started showing this the other day where I poked holes in the bottom here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to poke a couple more holes in there. I did that with my awl. And I'm going to put a little tin foil in the bottom. And I'm going to put one inside of the other. And plant some seeds in them. And have a little herb garden out of the west window. But on the bottom ones that I don't poke holes in, because this is going to hold water so it doesn't drain all over the windowsill, the water in here is going to drain down into there. But on these, I think I'm going to cover them with fabric. I thought I'd paint them, but paint peels off, and then I thought I would collage them with napkin, but I think just collaging them with fabric, because I'm just going to use it. If I were putting them outdoors, it'd be a different story, but I'm just putting in our west window. And I think I'm going to collage, I think I'm going to do about 4 sets, maybe, probably all. And I think Teresa Church said her poinsettia was still blooming, and ours is too. My sun impatient, it's starting to lose its leaves. The sun impatient is about done for, but we got one poinsettia that's still pretty good, and then the other one's kind of. So I'm going to do 4 sets of these. And Dee Dee already has her garden all planted with Barbie dolls outside of it. And these are just what was in there from whatever my brother planted. I think he bought a bunch of mums. Gosh, he must have spent a couple $100 on mums. And they did real good until they faded out. Now we got irises. And the irises are starting to pop out of the ground. Our daffodils are blooming. I'm just going to do 4 sets of these. I'm going to throw this away. I don't know what this is, sawdust or something. Whatever was in the bottom of them when he bought them. But we've got a west window, and those plants are doing really well. And I had an amaryllis plant that I got a couple years. I don't need these. I had an amaryllis plant that I got a couple years ago, and it bloomed twice for us, and I was so happy. And we put it out in the back porch, and it was in or near a north window, and it bloomed again this year. I don't think it bloomed last year. I think it sat for years, and it bloomed, and this is just wax on it here. This is what I used to do seals with. Looks like there's a little tape on this one. Left from the, okay. Anyway, those blooms, those amaryllis blooms, I saw them just here. These aren't quite clean yet on the outside. I'm gonna have to, I guess that's okay. And this one's okay. Let's just take this and, all right. So now I need my awl. That means I need to stretch my arm. Owie, owie, owie. And what I'm gonna do on one of these, yep, I'm gonna get out the Sharpie tool. I'm gonna poke holes. Oh, here comes a choo-choo train. And these are just drainage holes. I do about 6 of them, I think. This all came from Annie V. And it's still sharpest because it's going through these. It's a very sharp point. And my hands are out of the way, I promise. I don't want to kill myself. That's the center. It's a little tougher. Janet says, good morning, Angie. Hi, Angie. Janet says, oh, I love hearing the train come by. I think he's already blown his horn as much as he's going to. That train, now see, we have the door closed, but because we got central air, my brother doesn't like the, although he told me that when it's warmer outside than it is inside, I can have the door open. But he still has the furnace going. And he said, well, it turns off at 74, but boy, it gets hot in here. And I said I'd like to open it up and get some fresh air. And so maybe when it gets up in the 80s, I'll open the door a little. He goes out and sits on the front porch. He's been doing that quite a bit the last couple of days. There. I think that's enough for drainage. And then this one, I'm going to collage. Clean it off a little. So we're just going to put that there. I already did one. Where is it? It's this one. We just need to poke another hole in it. 2 more holes. We'll put one in the center. The center is a little tougher. There. And we'll put a hole over here. Well, we got more holes in there than... All right, that one's done. This must have had some sort of a sawdust or something, some sort of a white. Oh, you know what I mean. Bedding, potting soil, addition to the potting soil on these. And I can leave these in the windowsill and then trim the herbs and just let them. I got some nice potting soil, but I'm going to get some nice fertilizer for them too. This one's really messy. I think I'll get a different one. Hold on. And I might do some more. I'm just going to do these now. But I might do some more for the window in the back porch. I don't know if I'll cover them, but I'll poke holes in them. I want the ones in the window, in the kitchen window, to be pretty. That center is a little bit stronger. And I'm kind of watching my budget till I get my Social Security check. But boy, I'm wanting to go buy flowers. I see geraniums are on sale. All right. I think that's all the hole poking I need to do today. So this one, this one, this one, and this one, I'm going to cover with fabric. And, oh man, I got to stretch my arm again. See, this jar, I collaged a napkin on it, but I actually collaged one napkin, and then a couple months later, I collaged another napkin over it, and it has been very nice. But I don't think I want to do napkin. This is glass. This is a pickle jar. I think I want to try strips of fabric. And let me see what I have here. Oh, I have this. I think I have quite a bit of it too. Let's untie this. Blue, I got striped. I got this pretty blue. This is actually, I think, a Walmart fabric. I don't know. I think I got it at the thrift store. I think I got all of this in this bundle at the thrift store. Well, I might have got this as Walmart. We're going to use the blue. Let me grab this and tie it back up. What are we saying? Janet says, Journey, good morning. Hi, Journey. Hi, Malia. Good morning, ladies. It's sure good to see you guys this morning. I enjoy you guys so much. And believe it or not, I do try to get to streams. If I don't make it live. Now, what I saw on one of the do-it-yourself channels, they took that I think that I can just kind of dart, cut a little dart and overlap it. They actually drew a pattern of it going around like this. But I think I can just cut a strip and it will crease a little bit in here, but I think I'll just cut a little dart and overlap it. Because these are not, we'll try one and see how it works. Now these are, well, 3 inches to the curve here. I might make it 3 1/4 and have a little maybe even 3 1/2 and have a little left over that I can put at the bottom. I think 3 1/2 inches. And the circumference would be, let me get that through. I tied it on here. Let me get the circumference. Yeah, I tied it good too. So if I take this, now it'll be wider at the top than the bottom. So I'm going to take the width at the top and just bring it around like this and around like this. And I'm going to allow for about 1/2 inch overlap. About that. And that would be just about 15 inches. 15 inches will be a little bit. So I want 15 by 3 1/2 on my fabrics. And of course, my fabric scissors are out with the sewing machine because that's where they belong. And I don't have room to cut things adequately, so you might be seeing me chop away. Let's get my blue fabric out. And I want 3.5 by 15. And I've already cut into this, I think. So I think 15 is right there. And that's, let's just roll it around here. Of course, I lost where my mark was. I think 15 will go around it. I think I trust myself. Ha ha! She trusts herself. Let me cut this. Oh, reach again. You'd be surprised how much you use that arm muscle. All right, I'm just going to rip it down the cut. I need 4, but if I do some for the back porch, which I might, I'm just going to rip it. I'll have plenty. And hopefully it rips on the... Who did that? Kathy Arbor. Oh, Kathy Arbor, thank you so much. Oh, what a blessing you are. Hold it, let me... Thank you, Kathy. Let's give Kathy a shout out. Thank you, Kathy. Let's go to her channel and give her a shout out. She's been doing such wonderful. Are you going on live today or do you go on Tuesdays? Let's go to her channel. You know, Becky, of course, you're way past 10K subscribers, but you know what? Becky was doing her stream yesterday, and she was calling out channels that we watch. I'm going to email Becky, if you're listening, Kathy Arbor's one that needs to go on your list. But we'll give her a shout out. Easy Watercolor Spring Flowers. That was 2 weeks ago. Spring Pansy and Leaf Embossing. One waiting. That's what she's going to do. Scheduled for 4/13. That's today at 12 p.m. So that's Eastern. So that would be 11 Central. Spring Pansy and Leaf Embossing. Let's look at her. Whoa. What did I do here? I wanted to go to Kathy's channel. Hold on. Kathy, where did you go? You're up here. Go to channel. I wanted to go to your live. I wanted to go to that. Spring Pansy and Leaf Embossing. April 13th, which is his day at 12 p.m. And I'm sure that's Eastern time. I'll put a notification there. I don't know if I'll get in there, but oh, you guys just look at Kathy's work. Isn't that just awesome? Look at that thumbnail. And let's go to her channel again, and let's go to her about. I like to read the abouts when I'm doing shout outs. Welcome to my studio. I'm an artist that loves to inspire others to find their creative passion in painting, drawing, and collage. If you are a beginner or advanced in your art journey, I have techniques and tutorials using acrylics, watercolor, colored pencil, pastels, and much more. And I'm a member of her membership. You can join. Let's go back up to her homepage. I am subscribed. I am a member of her group. See perks. I don't want to do that here. But let's look at some of her videos. Let's get out of this. Easy Watercolor Spring Flowers. part 1. That was 2 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago was amazing bookbinding, beginner watercolor daffodil tutorial. Our daffodils should be blooming. Spring landscape watercolor time lapse. Learn to paint baby robins. Oh, a time lapse. That was a month ago. Baby robins, isn't that cute? Learn to paint baby robins and nest. So let's see. Shorts. She's got shorts out there. I'm not going to play any of her video. I'm just going to go down. Go watch some of her shorts, her live streams. She's going live today at, what, 12 noon? Eastern, I think. And here are all her playlists: acrylic painting, art challenge, pumpkin challenge, drawing lessons, mixed media, color book techniques, color pencil and pastel. Anything you want to know, Kathy can teach you. I can't get the community on my tablet. Oh, and I was listening to Creator Insider today, and they are going to start when you post, when, you know, like Kathy had a, I'm dropping the palette knife. When you, I can't get to the community tab on my tablet, but when you go to it, when you post on a community tab and you post a notification to an upcoming live, they YouTube is going to, usually you just send out the notification like what Kathy did here on this one. This is a notification right here. And she sets it up and schedules it and everything, and it puts out a notification, and then I got her notification. But she could take this and put it on her community tab, and if it went out on the community tab, people would get that notification on the community tab too. Go listen to Creators Insider, because they were talking about it. They go live. Creator Insider puts out a video every Tuesday, and it talks about things that are happening in YouTube that they're working on. So, okay, I want to go back to my channel. Go back one more here. Come on. Oop-de-de-doo. I got to get library. Your videos, me, your channel. So give Kathy a big old shout out. Give her a thumbs up and like, comment, share, subscribe. Kathy is an excellent artist and she grows awesome flowers. Okay, I tore this at 15 inches. Let's see if that's enough to go around before I do much more. And, oh, it's more than enough. So now I want to tear it at 3.5 inches. And I need four of them at 3.5. So let me do that. Would be 3.5 and 7, and let me just mark it on the back. And I'm not going to worry about the wrinkles in there because I'm going to collage it, and usually the glue will work the... All right, we want 3.5, 7, 10.5, yeah, 10.5 right here. 1/2, 1, 2, 3, and 14. That should be 4 of them there. Is that enough? 3.5. Did I do that right? 3.5 would be right there. Oh, this will be more than enough. I got it marked here. That'll be more than enough. And I got it marked there. Yeah. that's good. And here, it just doesn't look like enough. All right, now I'm just going to tear again. I'm not worried about being perfect, even when I'm covering these. I am hoping that the glue is going to keep it on there, but I'm not putting them outside. They're going to be on my kitchen windowsill, so I think they'll be fine. Rachel, Arlene says, that's only for troll men and family. My little family, oh, Arlene has been doing some of the most awesome dolls. I'm cutting this upside down. Let me cut these. Just make a snip in there. Then I'm going to tear. If you are on Facebook, do you have Instagram? Do you post your dolls on Instagram too, Arlene? I forget. You probably do. You got to go look at some of Arlene's dolls. That most recent one you did with the cameo, beautiful doll. All right. I got a little leaf trim. 1, 2, 3, 4. My wax paper floats down my desk. All right, let me tear these at my marks, wherever they are. Where did I mark it? Hold on, let me find my marks. I snipped them, there they are. So I'm just going to tear it this way. Tear it this way. And yeah, I'll have hanging threads for a bit. Let me get rid of these. Oh. Well, there's my water jar. I wondered what happened to him. He's down at the base of my desk here. Wait, I got 2 more to do here. What happened to them? Where'd they go to? Here? No. Here. This way. Thank you so much for the super chat, Kathy. That just was so encouraging to see. All right, we got 4 of those. Plus, I got more fabric over there, the right size. I just need to, I'm going to get rid of the threads here. Kind of straighten them out. And after I collage these, I'll probably have to let them dry a little, and then I'm going to fill them with potting soil and plant some seeds. I don't know, I might be able to fill them with potting soil because this is all on the outside. I might be able to do that. What time is it? It's a 7:45. I've got a little over an hour. Pink Girly comes on after me on Thursdays. And if anybody else comes on, you guys can shout it out. I lose track after a while of who comes on when. I know Pink Girly. All right, we're going to take one of these, and I'm going to collage it around like this. And I think I'll probably have to snip it a little as I go. I'll just work slow here. And I got enough, I think I can collage over the edge. I don't know. Maybe I'll leave a rim here at the top and I'll have more down at the bottom. But see, I'll snip it in there and that will overlap it. Let's see if this is school glue. Let's see if it will work. And this is my old brush that I use. Let's just use it. And I see I'm going to have to get more glue in there pretty soon. And I'm just going to do a little at a time here. And I'm not going to do that top rim. And we'll see if this actually works or not. I've never done this before, so if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I think this will look pretty in the windowsill. And then, see, I'll snip it there and kind of overlap it. I think I can do that at the end. I think I can keep going here. And these are the bottom ones. The ones that have the hole in them will fit inside of this. I'm going to put a little tin foil. I could get a gravel and put in there, a rock or two. I'd have to go out and put a walnut, put a black walnut in there or a stick or something. I have black walnuts that I picked up last fall out in the back porch in a sack. And they will last till next year if I don't get them cooked. They generally last. And I'm just using school glue. How long it'll last, I don't know. We'll find out. I would think because they're going to be inside the house, I might get a little water on it. I could put a sealer on it. No, it's starting to. Now I'm going up a little. I can come back down there. Yeah, I'll have to kind of put a dart in these because you can see right there it wants to, and I'll just snip it and overlap it. And maybe here, I'll get this done first. I thought I would just maybe paint on them, but I think paint would peel off unless you have a paint for plastic. And I would just as soon not fool with that. I mean, I have to go buy paint. Now, put this lid here. Yeah. The more I go around here, the more I see I'm going to have to put some darts in here. Right in there. Almost there. Now I actually could trim. I got a little bit more than I need. Let's get this straightened out. I don't mind there being a dart, and this is just it started out fine. I'm just gonna smooth it out and snip it. Right, like. I call it a dart. If you were sewing, you wouldn't snip it. You would sew it. I might need to go a little bit further in there. A little more. I could do it in sections too, but we'll do it this way because that's the way that I started it. There we go. Hardly know that it's there. Now I got some more to do though too. I'll have to come back and glue that down more. And do it right in here. I know there's probably 100 different ways to do this, but this is what I'm doing. I could, my imagination says, they're telling me different ways to do this. And then I'm just going to, I'm going to put the whole thing on there. Just like a little bit more. I'm not going to try to tear it off. I could tear it off of the others. Let's see how much I have. How much do I have left? Let's see, a 1/2 inch over. Where's my ruler? I could tear off about 1.5 inches off of the others and not have this big overlap. I'm not going to tear it off of this one. I'm going to overlap it. There. Now, I want to snip these just like you would if you were doing a sleeve, a round seam. This is just a flower pot. That one's already snipped. I think I'm back at it. Let's see what I can do here. And you guys, last year, I didn't get them put out because I had a million things going, but I bought some water fountain, solar water fountains. Are pretty cheap. You can get them on Amazon for $13 or $14. And I want to get those going this year. I didn't even get my bird bath out last year. I had a bird bath that I got the year before. I did not get it out. That has to be snipped a little more. I don't care how it looks on the bottom. I'm not that picky. I could cut a round piece. I probably punch one out with 2.5 inch with my punch. I got a little dart in there, but I don't care. I'll just collage it down. It's pretty good. I need to make these deeper. And I think when I do the next one, I'll snip off 1.5 inches, and I think I'll snip these before I put it on. I think that'll be much easier. I learn as I go. You guys are probably telling me that. Snip them first, Meri. Snip them first. Oh, she'll read it after she gets done. I'm teasing you guys. That's probably about how it happens, too. You guys give me all sorts of advice, and I don't see it until I'm done playing. Yep, I'm going to snip them first, that's for sure. Make a whole bunch of snips at the bottom. About 3/4 of an inch. 1/2 inch. 1/2 inch. Well, it goes over a little. 3/4 would work. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Now, let's take my punch and see if I can. I don't know how much a paper punch would work on there, but I got some black paper. Let's take my punch. That's the square one. Where's the round punch? Where's the round punch? Here it is. Is that the big one? And let's punch some paper, see if it'll punch out. And of course it almost does. Let me cut it. This punch only cost me $5. And I knew when I bought it that there must be something that didn't make somebody happy. But I think a lot of people have trouble with those bigger punches. Let me glue this down a bit more. Kind of get it all, threads and all, glued down. Put a big old dab in here. And it's got a thread hanging there. Now it's on my finger. And let's just put that right in there, and I'll leave it like this to dry upside down. And I don't care if it's, this is the bottom. This is the bottom. That's pretty good. We'll just let that dry, but I think that's pretty. I think that's pretty. It's not perfect, but I think if I cut my bottom snips before I glue it down. So that's what I'm going to do. And what time is it? It's 8:01. Let's do another one. We'll just set this one aside to dry. Right on top of my watercolor. What did I do with my squares? All right, I said I wanted to snip 1.5 inches off of this. So right about, well, I'm scared. I'm going to do 1.25 inches. That'll go on a cluster or calendar page. Now, I'm going to let one be the bottom and one be the top. And I'm just, every now and then, I'm going to cut about 3/4 inch off of this to let it well, I didn't say my scissors were the best. About 3/4 inch. If it's more than 3/4 inch, it'll still, and I'll probably have to have darts around in there too someplace. But I'll do that as I go. I'm going to do more of these. I don't know how many of these I need. I don't think it'll hurt to have quite a few of them. Whoops. That's what happened with my phone. It flies right out of my hands. Went into the trash. I threw it in the trash outside. We had to rescue it. I looked all over for that phone. The only thing I could think was by the end of the day, it must be in the trash. And I told my brother, and he went out and dug out my 2 sacks that I put in there. Lucky us, our trash day was yesterday, so we didn't have any other stinky trash in there. But I'm surprised the phone, I'm streaming on the phone right now, the one that went in the trash. Meri trashed her phone. Don't tell Verizon. Oh, Verizon will say, oh, just come and get that new Galaxy. We got a deal up for you, Meri. We got a deal for you. And if you trash your phone, can't find it, we'll supply you with another one. All right. I think I started this way. And there. And I'm going to have a little, some of these will go over a little, but I think that's going to be okay. And I think it's easier to, all right. Meri's talking to herself here. You guys get to listen in. I just want to get this done. Gotta. I'll put that there. I think these will look very pretty in the windowsill once I get them all covered. Have little herbs growing out of them. What herbs? Well, I kind of like, I don't think dill would be a good thing because dill grows tall. But parsley, I like parsley. Basil can grow tall too if you don't snip it, but if you snip it, you're okay. Dill, you kind of have to let it grow to get the tall, to get the seeds out of it. But basil, you can snip it and it'll replenish itself. And so will parsley, I think. Could do sage. We don't eat. Here's what I'm going to have to cut this one deeper. We don't eat a lot of sage. Might be able to do rosemary, thyme. I like to put it in cream cheese. I haven't been doing it, but I do like my cream cheese savory on crackers. So that's, I'm going to have to pick four seedlings, 4 packages of seeds. And as they get growing, I'll show them to you. As they grow out in the kitchen, I'll take my camera and show you. My poor son impatient, I don't think he's going to last too much longer. This one needs to be cut. Cut it way up there. So it'll lay practically flat. And if I move it this way a bit more, put some glue under that. Not quite. See if I can't almost snip it clear to the top. Scissors are used to cutting paper, not fabric. But this is messy fabric, messy glue fabric, so I wouldn't want to use my good scissors on this. Meri's talking to herself. This is going much faster. And I glued all that, so I can just bring this all the way around. If I can. It's toward the end here where it starts needing the darts. It goes real good for about the first half, and then it needs darts. It needs another dart. Bring that over a little, like that. Needs another one right in there. Right in here. I call them darts. They're not really darts. Well, I guess they could be, but a sewing dart would be turned inside out and sewed at an angle. This is a cutting dart. This is a collage dart. All right, and I have plenty left over again, so I could have gone with a 1.5 inches. Yeah, I'm gonna need another one. And I guess you could cut this curved on the curve. And if I were doing bigger pots, I probably would. You draw it out like this. And if you cut it on the curve, you don't have to do all this snipping and, you know, like I am. I know that. I just was too lazy to make the pattern for 4 of them. I'd rather struggle with them. And I'm not watching chat while I'm doing this. That turned out pretty good, even though it's at a slant. All right, let's do these, which are already cut, so this should be fairly easy. Fairly easy. Oops. Some glue in there. Should be able just to come around and glue them one at a time. Oh, good in my mouth. Oh, this is going much faster, much nicer. So, if you get, oh, this is where it overlaps. If you get bored, this is something fun to do. Get you some containers, you know, milk containers or something, poke some holes in the bottom of one. This is coming out pretty nice. I'm pretty happy with this. See, I figured it out after the first one. Oops. That one goes there. This is where there was a dart. He's not entirely down, but it's enough for it to sit in the window. Push this one over a little bit more. Like that. Needs to be cut a little more. I can't see it. These scissors are not good with fabric anymore. I've used them for many different things. That's why the sewers say, do not touch my scissors. Alrighty. I'm happy. Happy. And we will punch a hole and put a bottom to it. I don't know how the bottom will how long it'll last because it's just cardstock. But it'll look nice for a bit. That one punched all the way through. Now I'm going to put glue on the bottom, and I'm also going to glue the top and let it dry. I don't mind it being painterly. I'll just let that dry. That went pretty good. Aww, pretty, pretty. Where am I going to put it? I'm running out of safe spots. All right, what time is it? 8:14. I still can do the others. I'm going to cut. This time I'm going to cut 1.5 inches. Oh, I got it. Yeah, I did. And then you choose one for the bottom and one for the top. Get the strings off of it. I'm only doing 4 of these, so I should get them done by... Let me look at chat. I've been ignoring you guys, just talking to myself here. Hold on. Let me get the strings off my finger. Let me refresh chat. Thank you all for spending Thursday morning with me. Bye, Arlene. Have a great day. Angie said, Beck, on the Today Show, they are talking about thrifty shopping. Oh. Jacqueline says, I'm undecided what else I should dye with. Maybe just more mocha this time. Malia says, have a great day, Arlene. Jacqueline says, I'm waiting on my dye note cards to dry so that I can pack them up for Keisha's sale. Jacqueline does beautiful, beautiful eco dyeing. I think I bought some of her papers. Beautiful papers. Kimberly's mom. Hi, Kimberly's mom, Leah says. Oh, Kimberly said, be right back. My mom's calling. And she said, Meri, I do that. Talk to myself. You're on a rhythm, Meri, Janet says. Janet, it's so good to see you. Rachel says, lurk on, Dee Dee, but duck down a bit. I can still see you in the bushes. Rachel, you're so funny. Dee Dee says, I'm back to lurking and listening. I'm getting Happy Mail done. Yes, see, that's what I should be doing. Dee Dee, Arlene, drop the link to Dee Dee's channel. Rachel says, oh, Janet, what a treat. Now I'm feeling a touch of jealousy. Hi, Journey. Janet said, Journey, I'm gently slow stitching random stitches today. I just about have my, I'll show it to you guys. I'll probably post it on Facebook, maybe Instagram. We have a little swap going. I think there are about 6 of us swapping. It's closed now. Where Janet Nash did slow stitching on a tassel. And it's one of her live streams from, or videos. Is a video or live stream? I can't remember, but you'll see it if you go to Janet's channel. She did slow stitching on a tassel, and a wonderful job, and it inspired me so much. I said, let's do a swap. Well, not everybody was into swapping. We got 6 swappers, which is 3 groups, which is fine. And mine's almost done. I've been working on it. I want to get it out. I think I said by April 15th. I can't remember. Well, that's just a couple days, so I better mail it with my taxes. I guess she deleted them, Dee Dee said. What we're talking, going through each room, Clint, really carefully. Detail is amazing. Dee Dee, there's nothing, not even a playlist on her channel. Queen Mary's dollhouse at Windsor Castle. I remember seeing it as a girl. I remember reading about it. Clint, there are some wonderful videos online. Have you seen Queen Mary's dollhouse? It's fabulous. I think there's a doll channel out there that talked about that. Let's see. Didi, I saw it on Facebook. Did Sharon make a video on miniatures? Becky said, I could be wrong as my attention is all over the place. I think there are drain catchers. I'm not sure what you guys are talking about. I'm reading backwards. Angie says, Arlene, there have been some people that I know that has got staph infection and ended up dying. So I'm not going there. Did she make a video? Beckett's wonderful. Dee Dee says, is Meri covering up the holes? No, I got the holes, Dee Dee's lurking, but the holes are completely in a different set. I'm going to put these inside of the ones I'm covering. I'm not going to cover the ones with the holes. Dee Dee probably didn't see that one. So let's just say this is one. I think this is one of them. And so this has got holes. Let's say that's covered. Well, this is going to go in, and I'll probably put maybe rock or tinfoil or something in there to keep it from because I'm going to put these in the windowsill. So it'll fill with water down here as it drains. It'd be a little drainage. So that's how that's going. So no, I'm not covering up the holes. Thank you, Dee Dee. Let's see. I think I already tore this. I've done 2. I'm ready for my 3rd one. Oh, I'm going to snip these. And I'm going to snip them. And I think I'm going to, let's see, if I put this on first, I think I'll make a dart, maybe right in here, make a longer one, because it's about here where it starts wanting to round off. So I'm going to make a longer, maybe a real long one. And let's put maybe like 3/4 of an inch, a little over 3/4 for these. That seemed to work really well. And it went really fast, faster than if I didn't. I never did see what they were looking for. Did everyone see Sharon Lombard's miniature in a tin? I did, Becky. Yes. It's in Fibdiggity. I'm sure it's posted in Fibdiggity. She posted it in Fibdiggity, the miniature in a tin. Is that what you guys were talking about? Did she make a video? Yeah, I think if you're talking about Sharon Lombard's, you might have to scroll down a bit. I think she put it in Fibdiggity, the miniature in a tin. Let's see, I put a dart there. I might have to put another one maybe here. I might be off here. We'll just see how that works. Seems like I needed a couple toward the end. If that's what you guys were talking about. I don't think Sharon Lombard makes videos, and she might do it on Facebook, but I don't think she makes. Malia says, all right, I'm off to insulate a building. Have a great day. Insulate away, Malia. Have a good day. It's going to be a nice day out here. I want to get out in the yard and pick up sticks so that when the grass grows, we can mow. And I got some leaves that I need to bag up for mulching the garden. Okay, let's see how this goes. So I'm going to start here. Yep. Ah, Rachel, you're a treat. Rachel always has a good prayer to for people. I like Rachel's prayers. I always pray along with you, Rachel, when I see them. She's got a good heart. All right, we're just going to bring this down. Now, my parchment paper wants to float down my desk. And I've tried to tape it down, and tape doesn't hold it. And when I put stuff on it, it floats right with the parchment. And I'm going to let that string be there. And I did put a dart in there. Right here. But I might have had to do it sooner. We'll see. I got a dart right there. I call them darts. They're kind of a slit. So my container's thinner at the bottom than it is the top. And do you guys remember I did that flower pot gnome? He's sitting over in the corner waiting to be done. So maybe I'll get him out. That'll be a trick. And he needs to be finished so I can put him on the front porch this summer. And I think where I stopped, I had him all painted, but his hat, I didn't do his hat. And he needs a beard. I stopped because I had used the E6000 on the smaller part for the hat, and it didn't, and hot glue, and it didn't hold. And I never got back to him. But I got the flower pots. I want to finish him up this spring so I can put him out on the front porch. And I want to build some fountains. I got all the fixings for the fountains. I just need to build them. It needs a dart in here. Let's cut it. I call them darts. They aren't really darts. They're slits. I need more of them as I go through. What I should do is measure out a curved pattern. I wouldn't have to do all of that. But I wanted to get it done. Maybe I'll work with these others and cut out a curved pattern. So I won't have to worry about putting in slits and that. But this is working. It's working, and I still have a nice overlap there. Yeah, right in here is. All right, let's put a little more glue on there. Got it loaded up in my brush. Maybe a little. Now, there we go. Now, let's do the bottom. No holes in the bottom of this one. Hee do 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 do. And then if I do this one at a time, let's start with that one, and then glue it down and then fold the other one on top of it. It helps hold it down. And this is where they overlap in here. Overlap there. And I didn't snip that overlap too good. I've only got one more after this. I won't bore you anymore. Paint Girly, Lori Paint Girly is one of the mods up there. Bye, Journey. Roy says he's back. I had to get some summer shorts. It's already warm here on Long Island. If somebody would drop a link to Lori Paint Girly's channel, I would appreciate it. She's on at next at 9 o'clock Central, 10 Eastern. I think she's on. I think she's planning on coming on. She's been doing some nice things. I just haven't been following much of anybody. If I follow anybody, it's been Becky. It's been Miss Becky. And then I don't get her completely followed. I was watching her Goodwill haul a day late. I did get to her chat yesterday, but I missed her Goodwill haul where she had all that wonderful fabric. 3 and 4 yards a bundle. There we go. You must have a lot of sewers in your area, Becky, because, and quilters or knitters, because I don't find all that stuff here. I find knickknacks. But who's complaining? Meri is. Quit it. That went good. I have no reason to complain. I got a little black something in there. Probably paper, I hope. Let's see if I can get that out. Ew. Got it, I think. So I've had fun this morning. I've had fun. I've actually got this done, and I did those watercolors, 2 of them, one for me and one for Kelly. We played that famous woman game. I'm going to call it the famous woman game. We're just going to let that dry. It's pretty thick, but it'll make a nice coating on the bottom. So I got one more to do. Let's see. This is my first one. See, and it's kind of drying. I don't know how good this is going to be on the bottom. It's still tacky. But if it comes off, it comes off. I'm not going to worry about it. Let's put this over here. I'll let them dry till they're dry. I'll let them air dry. All right, we got one more. Where's the fabric? Did it drop on the floor? I've been moving stuff around here. Where's the fabric strip? Yeah, it fell. Oh, my scissors fell. I have a general cleanup to do after I stream, but still my room needs to be gutted. My room needs to be gutted. Again, I gut it and clean it out, and then I get more. That's the problem. My brother says, you don't need to go to any more garage sales, Goodwill bins. You've got enough. And I really do. I have enough to make me happy for the rest of my life. All right, we're going to cut a good 1.5 inches, and still I could go to 1 3/4, but we're going to stick with 1.5 inches. And I'll put this on my calendar or someplace. And let's pull the strings out of it. I'm going to put the frayed up at the top. I kind of like it up there. strings on the glue on my hands. Let's see. I'm going to start here with the darts. I think the more darts I have, or the more slits that I have, maybe the better. Go up a little higher. Yep, I threw my phone in the trash yesterday. Can't trust Meri with a candle or a phone. But you can trust me with a utility knife and a stamp carver. I haven't killed anybody there yet. You can trust me with a needle and a thread and a scissors. I make these darts a little closer toward the end. Toward the end, I need more. All right, that looks good for now. Now I'm going to do the little 3/4 thingamabob. This is the last one that you guys have to sit through. Thank you, Becky, for dropping that link. I appreciate that. I got my hands full, and they're sticky. I haven't seen Lori. Usually she'll pop in. She's been tatting. I haven't seen it recently, but she was tatting, and she's probably done by now. She was tatting at the top of her, she was putting her tat at the top of her Tim Holtz junk journal. It looked really cool. I got some things that I tatted a butterfly. What did I do with him? I tatted this butterfly out of yarn just to see, and he turned out pretty good. He turned out pretty good. I made a couple mistakes because I was doing it at 3:30 this morning, and I wanted to get done. But he's got a little knot on his tail there. But this was done out of a 2-ply yarn, I believe. I think it's a 2-ply yarn. I just wanted to see how it go, but I have something else. I'm not going to tell you about it till I get it done. I have something else I'm trying with that butterfly. I've got a couple more slits here to go. Now let's pull these threads, and I think I'm ready to cover this one. Yep, I've been having fun with that butterfly. He's been my April project for sure. May, I guess I'll have to do a flower, but I don't know. I might look at that book that Becky sent and get some ideas from that. But every month I want to do something different. But I'm still, here it is, the 13th of April, and I'm still, I think what I'll do, for March I was going to repeat for my Stitch With Me 2023, I was going to repeat a shamrock. Well, I didn't get that done. I got shamrocks crocheted, but I didn't get all the others done. So I think I'm going to, I still have to do March's Stitch With Me 2023. I think I'm going to repeat a butterfly. But April's prompt is puzzle. April's prompt is puzzle, and I'm still working out what I want to do for puzzle. I've have several ideas. Now this is slow stitching. Daniela Mellon does Stitch With Me 2023. And then Pentangle, gosh, I had high hopes of keeping up with them, but they do a new stitch every week out of their stitch library. And I was trying to do one a month. Why doesn't Meri get this stuff done? She has such high hopes. She must be lazy. She sits and reads. She's been reading. And I actually spent a lot of time cleaning yesterday. I'm so proud of myself. I did the vacuuming. I worked in the bathroom, cleaned the bathroom up a little, not thoroughly. This house needs a spring cleaning. This is going pretty good. Making lots of darts in there so I don't have to cut around pattern. I'm only going to do 4. I might do some for the back window. I'm still deciding. The ones in the back window, though, I'm thinking more. I just want to do little starter. I don't really want pots that will be long term. I want little starter seedlings. And I could be starting those now and they'd be ready in a couple weeks. Yep, I could. I generally fall asleep after my stream though. I sleep a couple hours. My brother turns on Price is Right, blaring loud. They're yelling and screaming and Happy Days and all of that. I sleep right through it. This is actually turning out pretty good. So if I make a lot of slits in there, that really helps. And let me get all the glue off of my brush. Maybe put some more on there. Now this one, kind of have to ease it in there. This needs to be a little deeper. Here comes another choo-choo train. Oh, they're really active. And right after they had that accident in Ohio, I noticed there weren't as many trains, but I think they're starting up again. I think they probably did a lot of checking of the tracks. Union Pacific, Burlington Northern comes through here. Union Pacific, Burlington Northern. Ew. Union Pacific is based out of Omaha. Their headquarters are in Omaha. They're a big employer in Omaha. A lot of programmers right out of school work for them. And they stay for a lifetime. They pay pretty good, but they have the rules, you know. All right. That went pretty good. A little in here, but generally pretty good. All right, let's start over here. It's 8:42. I got 20 minutes. We should get this done in 20 minutes. I'll come out and chat. Let's start with this one. I'm getting these strings caught on my sticky fingers. Yeah, I want to finish my library book. The library's not open. Tomorrow's Friday. The library here is closed on Fridays. I doubt that I'll get it finished this afternoon, so I'll probably, if I go to the library, it'll have to be Saturday. I'm reading The Empress of Numbers, all about Ada Lovelace and her mathematical genius. It's kind of interesting. I was looking at that Famous Woman book, and Ada Lovelace came from a well-to-do family. I mean, Lord Byron. I don't know how well to do he was toward the end of his life, but her mother was well-to-do. She went to balls and all of that. They called them seasons. And I didn't realize they were still doing that in the 1800s. She lived until 1852. So the early when she was like 20 or so. I forget her birth year. I know she died in 1852. But what I found interesting was when I was looking at that famous woman book, there's a woman in there that was horrified. You know, I was talking about famous women. I'll have to find the page and everything. But in England, the state of women in prison, women and children in the English prisons. And I'm thinking she was living about the same time Ada was. I wonder if Ada helped her any. You know, those ladies in high society, they get to know each other. She might have known Ada. But although Ada was pretty, I call her Ada like I know her, but that was her name. She liked scientific and mathematical minds. Charles Babbage was the inventor of the differential machine and the analytical machine. And he'd have what they call soirees, S-O-I-R-E-E-S, so it's just kind of like a party, gathering of like-minded people. And they'd all get together and discuss philosophy and politics and that. I'm just going to tear this. Kind of torn at the edge, but that one didn't come out so good. But I thought here Ada's about the same time that Ada Lovelace was doing all her mathematics, this other lady was saving women in prison. And this may not last forever here, this bottom black, but for now, there it is. And we're going to call that all done. I'm going to put my brush in the water, put this over, let it dry. Here's the first one that I did, and it's still a little tacky, not too bad, but it's cold. When it's cold to the touch, you know it's pretty tacky. But isn't that pretty? And I think those will look pretty in the windowsill, and then I'll put a rock or something in the bottom and plant it's got holes in the bottom of this one, and I can water it without fear of it leaking out and ruining the windowsill. This was the one. I think I'll leave this one upside down and put this one here. And those go over there. Let me put my glue away. I'll have to put more glue in there now. See, this jar, I was showing them earlier where this was a pickle jar. And I collaged a napkin on it. And it was okay for a while, but I eventually collaged another napkin. This napkin came, hummingbird napkin came from the Dollar Tree. And I've had it on there for quite a while. My glue pot. It's just school glue by the gallon. What time is it? 8:48. I'm ending this just on time. Here's the one picture. This will go to Kellyanne. And what happened to mine? It got covered up with fabric and paper. This is mine. This one will go in. But I think for my thumbnail, I'm going to pull this out. I think this will just be my thumbnail. I'd like to have it maybe be like that so you guys can see it. My desk is a mess. Let me come out and look at chat. Let me refresh chat. live chat. Talk chat and live chat again. That's how I refresh it. Thank you, Janet Nash. Hi, Dar. Bye, Angie. She says, I have to go. Angie's going to have an operation on her hand, she said. She doesn't know when. Angie, have a good day, Rachel says. You know you're in my prayers. Becky said, what was Becky saying? Jennifer, Meri, I don't trust you with a knife. Now, Angie, let me tell you, I haven't slipped with the knife yet. I threw my phone in the trash. I've lit my desk on fire, but I haven't cut myself yet. I haven't slit my wrist yet. And I don't plan to. Angie laughed. Dawn says, I've had fun too. I woke up early to catch you. Oh, thank you, Dawn. Roy says, Rachel says, welcome back, Roy. Lovely shorts, by the way. Roy had to go put on shorts. He says it's going to be hot there. This is where I think Becky dropped a link to Paint Girlie's channel. I don't know what you're saying, SWAR-A. Becky. What else is going on here? Angie says, I would just put the plants in those and be done. Yeah. Well, I'm going to put them in the windowsill, so I want them to be pretty. I'm not you, Angie. You can put dirt in your pots and be done with it. I had to cover mine with fabric. Sharon's mini was lovely and it's so detailed. Sharon Lombard did a little mini tin, a little rabbit scene in that little mini tin. And I think it's posted. If you guys want to see it, let Sharon know. I don't know if she's got it on Instagram or not, but I know she's got it in Diggity. So those of you that are a member of Diggity, scroll down a little and I think you'll see it. Angie says, Janet, I'm not done. I'm going to do more crafting today. I'm trying to get as much done as I can before my surgery. Kellyanne says, I need to know. No, thank you. I need to know. Thank you for my beautiful art work, Meri. Bye for now. Yeah, Kellyanne, I think, needs to leave or needed to leave. You're very welcome. That was really fun to do. I'll go grab your address and try to get it mailed out today. I take a picture of all these before I send them out. I have some other faces I need to send out. I've been slow. I admit it. I have tassels I need to send out. You know Meri and her happy mail. She's just not very disciplined. All right. Malia is to clean up yourself after that gets to me. I'm not sure what that's going on there. The struggle is half the fun, Meri. It is, Rachel. The struggle is half the fun. Jacqueline says she feels grungy. Jacqueline has been eco-dyeing papers to sell at Keisha's auction. Now, I don't know if Keisha's going to be on this weekend, but I know she was on yesterday. I've been avoiding her because I overspend when I go to Keisha's. And we'll see what my check looks like next month after I pay my bills. If I have a little left, I have a little left in March, and I bought some things, but, and I'll have to show you, I got that book, and I probably overspent on that book, but I'm so enjoying it. It's a book that I think was self-published, and I think the family is down in Kansas because the book was self-published and it wasn't sent to a publishing company. It was done at a copy center, and it's only on one page, and it's all the family genealogy that, of course, I guess she'd be a great-grandmother, but it's all her collection of her family history, and she was writing it to, for other members of the family. Now, how it came into auction, I don't know. If somebody in the family passed away and the book just got, you know, in a sent to some thrift store or something where I don't know even know who was selling the book. But I came in right as Keisha was doing an offer up for it. And I saw a little of it and I thought, oh, wow, I got to have that. And so I did get it, and I'm so enjoying reading it. Their family came from Scotland, and I don't know too much about Scottish history, and I kind of learning about history through their family. And it's really interesting. It got me on my soapbox. It's really interesting to read about families like my own family. I found my mother was raised by her great aunt, and her great aunt and her great aunt, not her aunt, her great aunt, which would be her mother's aunt, and her mother's uncle immigrated to the United States in the late 1800s, the early 1900s. And I was researching her name on the internet, and I found the boat that they came over on. And I'm not quite, I wish I would have saved that. I think I did save that link, but I think I lost it when my other phone went dead. But I think I can find it again. And they ended up being in Pennsylvania with the Pennsylvania Dutch. And my mom always said my great aunt, my great great aunt, her great aunt, my great great aunt, she said she was Pennsylvania Dutch. And a lot of the Pennsylvania Dutch and people who immigrated from at that time came to Nebraska. They come to eastern Nebraska, and then they kind of migrated west. And we're kind of in central Nebraska, and just east of where we are now is a little town, and they have a lot of information. And I just kind of want to, their historical society over there. I want to see if I can find some information about my family over there. That's on my to-do list. And I see it's about 4 minutes till 9. I think Pink Girlie's going to come on. Rachel says, Meri, I would love to write a book about your life. I'm sure it would be a bestseller. I doubt it. I doubt it. If you guys knew the truth about my life, you probably would not be my friend anymore. I have that fear. If somebody learns about all the, you hear a lot of the good here. I don't really tell you all the bad in my life. That's not for anybody to know. You know, a lot of that's in my past. And, you know, I'm a person just like everybody else. And, you know, I'm a forgiven sinner. Just like everybody else. I come to the cross and been forgiven for my sins. So I told my brother that I was forgiven my sins, and he said, how did you sin? And I'm going, I'm not going to tell you that. I already told it to Jesus. I don't have to tell you. I reminded him he needs to be a forgiven sinner. All right, everybody, I need to go. Got 3 minutes till Lori's coming on. Have a great day. This is Thursday. I know Lori's on. I think Kathy Arbor is going to come on later this afternoon around noon Eastern. And I think Lisa and Tanya may be on this afternoon. I don't know which channel, but either on Lisa or Tanya's. And the thing that I know for sure, hopefully, is Beth Schuler comes on at 6 Eastern on Thursday nights. And if I'm live tomorrow, I'll be on. If I sleep in, I won't. But I'm going to try to be on tomorrow morning. So have a great day. It's going to be a beautiful day. Go out, enjoy the beauty of this world. Goodbye, everybody.